Good morning to the members of the public, to the members of the committee and officers. Welcome to the Development Management meeting. I'd like to set out the protocol for the meeting procedures. The planning officer will make a short introduction to the application. If there are speakers, they will be heard before the main part of the presentation. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. It is important to note, once they are finished, the speakers will not be allowed to speak again. If there are no speakers, there will be a full presentation. After the presentation, a structured debate will begin. At the end of the debate, I'll ask for a vote on whichever proposition is put forward first, be it in support of the recommendations or against. However, if a deferment is put forward, I'll take the deferment vote first. And sometimes, of course, we do find out during the debate which is going to be first. Declarations of interest. Councillor Speak.
Chairman, it's for clarification, item number 8. Do I need to declare an interest? Personal or prejudicial? These are the sorts of things that you should take a look at.
No, this is just to talk about a scoping report, Councillor Speak. So don't worry about that one.
Can you cancel the microphone? Did that work?
Right now, yeah.
If 3 microphones are switched on, it interferes. Confirmation of minutes.
I move them.
Seconder, please. Thank you. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Substitute members.
Yes, Chairman, I'm not sure the microphones work. Okay, right, thank you. We have 4 substitute members this morning. We've got Councillor Odes substituting for Councillor Chu, Councillor Councillor Brickles substituting for Councillor Collins, and Councillor Aykroyd substituting for Councillor Armitt. And
Okay, before we go into the actual development management matters, we're looking at number 6, substitute members at Development Management Committee, which is on page 110. I think. 111, sorry. Right. The recommendation is the committee nominate an additional member of the committee to be a reserve DM member, and I'd call on Councillor Odes. I believe you've got someone. Is that correct?
You're switched on. There we go. Yes, I'd like to nominate that Councillor Alan Clayton serve as the new substitute member. He does regularly attend these meetings and has attended all training and is well versed in planning matters. So I hope that the committee can approve that.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
I think that's fairly formal that we've proposing a seconder. All those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Okay, thank you. It looks to me, members, as though there's a little problem with our speakers, so you need to switch off immediately, including myself. On the agenda, the councillor isn't in. He's unfortunately has gone to a meeting which is quite important. He will be coming along later. Councillor Clayton. Okay. All right. On the agenda, we're going to deal with items 1 and 3 first, followed by item 2. Okay, so if you're in here for item 2, and as you can see, there's a big crowd, please be aware.
Yeah, thank you. Item number 1 on the agenda, planning application number 1, relates to a residential property in Newton, a property called Eastdale, which is on Brining Lane. You'll see from the screen that it's a corner property. The house is actually a detached 2-storey dwelling, and it's within the settlement boundary, surrounded by other residential properties. So just to give you a flavour of the street that we're looking at, those are some properties in the area. So you'll see there's typically bungalow properties with dormers added onto them. The application property we're looking at is the one that's this one here. So you see it's got some dormers at the rear. The proposal in front of us today is to erect dormers to the front of the property, to put a 2-storey extension onto the side, so it's coming towards the road where that photograph's taken from, and to alter the existing garage on the other side to form a habitable room and put a roof over the top of that. The officer opinion on the application is that we feel that the design is acceptable, the scale of the extensions are acceptable, and all other material issues are within sort of policy grounds. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to a series of standard conditions, and a condition which relates to the rear facing window at first floor of the side extension being a non-opening window fitted with obscured glass, with that specifically to deal with a privacy concern to the neighbour to the rear. I'll hand over to the speakers now, Chairman.
Mrs. Fox, please.
Good morning. I am Michelle Fox. I live with my husband and family at 1 Woodlands Close, which neighbours the planning application site to the rear. We live in a cul-de-sac from Brining Lane, and the rear elevation of Eastdale faces directly towards our property. I can't say we're particularly happy with the size of the proposed extensions, which will make our property appear cramped compared to others in the locality. However, I expect after me you're going to be encouraged by the applicant to omit a condition your planning officers want attached to the decision, which is intended to protect our privacy. This is our main concern. The proposed plan shows that the first floor bedroom window to extended part of Eastdale will be within 11.5 metres of our home. I understand spacing standards normally require a minimum of 21 metres between key room windows. At this short distance, clear views will be available into our kitchen and utility room. Our kitchen in particular is an important habitable family room, one of the most used rooms in our house, as I am sure it is in yours. Therefore, if the condition were removed, the first floor window was fitted with standard glazing, I feel we would suffer unreasonable loss of privacy and residential amenity. There is a tree near our shared boundary, but this only offers very limited screening, and we have no reassurances this rather poor quality tree is always going to be there, particularly as there are already some concerns about root encroachment, which will need to be addressed at some time. The plans show how the proposed first floor bedroom will also benefit from roof lights and a larger 1.8 metre wide standard window to the south elevation. Facing towards the sun, the room will be particularly well lit from the larger window in the afternoons, and we do not think the condition will unduly reduce living standards for future occupants of the bedroom. Your planning officers have visited the site and undertaken thorough investments of the proposal, including how it will affect others. They reached a conclusion that the planning condition is essential and the development should only be approved subject to being attached to the permission. The level of privacy a house offers is an important factor when choosing a home and something we want to maintain. We're not asking for anything unreasonable and have no issue with the concept of our neighbours improving their home. However, if members are mindful to approve the planning application, my family and I request planning condition 5 is maintained in respect of our privacy to ensure that the window facing our kitchen is obscure glazed and non-opening. Thank you.
Chairman. My name is Howard Duckworth. I live in Newton. I'm a friend of the applicant. I'll describe the situation at 18th of November 2013, when after a cooperative dialogue with the Planning Department, the applicant was advised that the plans, as revised, would be recommended for approval. I'll show you the location there of Eastdale and the neighbouring property at Woodlands Close. Eastdale is shown on the two plan views, the bottom of the sheet, the existing property being shown with the superimposed first floor windows that you saw in the photograph earlier at A, B and C. And the applicant's extension is the white area in the left-hand plan with the first floor window shown at D. E is the downstairs kitchen window referred to earlier. Of 1 Woodlands Close. The east-facing aspects of the close can be seen in the photographs with the glazed kitchen door, then the kitchen window at E, and the downstairs windows, glazed window on the first floor and the bathroom window. The only window that's been of concern to the Planning Department has been the window at E. None of the others seem to have had any relevance. The photograph at the top left is taken from the applicant's existing window, the direct line of sight shown by the blue lines. You can see that there is an oblique view window E, the kitchen. The photo from the applicant's window B has a direct view to the kitchen window, but this is a shower room with an opening fully glazed window. It will remain unchanged in this application. The next view is the existing window C, which is a bedroom, again with an oblique view, but the plan is to make the window smaller to match the shower room, and as this will become an ensuite, the glass will be fully obscured. The final photograph on the right shows you the view from the proposed clear glazed front floor window at D on the plans. You can see that there are no windows in the direct line of sight that are of significance. The planner's report states that there is no privacy concern with regard to those three windows that you can see. From this window at D, the kitchen window under question is to the bottom left of the photograph behind the tree. As you can see, there is a significant offset in excess of 40 degrees as shown by the red lines in the plans. It should also be noted that this window and also those at A, B and C will be double glazed and with Georgian windows. The other window referred to in the report is shown in green with a direct line of sight along the Eastdale roofline. To summarise, this plan had been agreed with the Planning Department at 18th of November, and as you can see, it significantly reduces the overlooking aspect and actually improves the privacy of the residents of 1 Woodlands Close. Condition 5 was therefore not expected by the applicant. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is David Thompson and I'm the applicant for the extension that we're looking at today. I would seek your support to the removal of condition 5 on page 8 of the report relating to window D as just described, shown on the A3 sheet in front of you. Despite submitting my final plans and receiving email confirmation from the Planning Office recommending approval on the 18th of November, it was only brought to my attention on the 19th of December that a new condition had been placed on the application relating to the neighbour observation received only on the 11th of October. Condition 5 relates to the alleged almost direct overlooking aspect from the proposed first floor master bedroom into the kitchen window of number 1 Woodlands Close, located on the ground floor to the left in the photograph you've just looked at. These two windows are referenced to E&E for completeness. Referring to the neighbour amenity on page 7 of the report, the first 3 lines state the window D will face almost directly onto the first floor side window of number 1 Woodlands Close. That's the 4th photograph on the sheet you've got. I must state that this relates to a previous condition which I challenged, and this was removed as it was a non-habitable bathroom window. And therefore this window in question I believe is questionable as being included in this report, as it does not relate to the neighbour's ground floor kitchen window. The report confirms that the extension design, scale and appearance is common to the area and is not considered to be unacceptably intrusive, referencing to HL5 criteria 2. As was demonstrated by the previous presentation, there is a significant offset between the two windows in question in excess of 40 degrees. The habitable room, the new bedroom, does not face directly onto the habitable kitchen window in Woodlands Close. and therefore I believe this complies with SPD November 2007, Section 1C, paragraph 12. Additionally, whilst Note 1C, Section 15 states trees will not justify a reduction in the separation distance, as with item 7 on today's agenda, application 13798 on page 84 of your report, it is not intended to fell the mature tree to the boundary, which is in direct line of sight, and no works are proposed close to it. The report refers to a second window in the master bedroom, as Howard has just mentioned recently. This has already been subject to a condition by the Planning Office, and as a result of that condition, it has already been offset 50% of that window across the existing building line. So only 50% will be in the new extension beyond the current building line. I feel that having only one opening window in a master bedroom for approximately 7 by 3 metres would require adequate natural daylight and ventilation, and to impose condition 5 would be both unfair and prejudicial. This would impact our residential amenity. In summary, from the evidence provided, I would therefore request that condition 5 is removed and permission is granted for the scheme submitted in November, following Parish Council approval and support dated the 5th of December. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I have the full report now, and by the way, this is on because of the request of the Parish Council and I beg your pardon, and Councillor Speak? Yes, Councillor Speak, thank you. And it looks to me as though condition 5 is the hurdle. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just to, hopefully we can see it on the new screen. This is the property that we're looking at. The works proposed to it involve, I'll zoom that up actually. Looking from the front, we've got an existing garage at this side, which has been having a roof added to it and being made into habitable accommodation. We've got dormers to the front, and then this element here is a 2-storey extension that projects from the front, as you see there, comes alongside the property and then projects out to the rear. So the windowing that we've heard discussion about from the speakers is this window here. In terms of how that looks on plan view, so we've now got, slightly. So we've got, this is the garage, this is the first floor plan we're looking at, so this is the garage roof below, these are the dormers added to the front, and then this is the 2-storey extension coming down the side of the property and beyond the rear elevation. As you can see from the layout, it provides a bedroom, window at the rear, a window at the side, and then roof lights onto the other side. And then it links into this existing bedroom here, which I think the speaker mentions intended to become an ensuite to it. In terms of the planning issues with it, the works to the dormers, the works to the garage roof, and the principle of and scale and design of the 2-storey extension are all considered to be acceptable. Sorry, I should have mentioned the consultation responses we've had. The Parish Council supported the application, although we did have an objection from the neighbour who was the first speaker pretty much on the points that she articulated to you this morning. Our concern as planning officers was over the potential for this bedroom to lead to overlooking of neighbouring properties, both the property to the rear and the property to the side. And I think I can use the second speaker's plan to illustrate that. In that the bedroom, which occupies this pink block here, has this window here which looks across the back of the property and into the garden of the property next door, and then a window on this side which looks at the gable of the neighbour's house at number 1 Woodlands Close. This window has been moved along slightly to pull it further back towards the back of the house, so it gives a less a more oblique view of the property itself, and in fact just leads more distant views across the garden to that house. The other window, because of its position on the rear elevation, looks at that gable of that property, and the officer opinion on that is that the views into the ground floor kitchen window, which is a habitable room to the property, available from that window, are such that we would need to impose this condition 5 to ensure that it is obscured and non-opening to minimise the loss of privacy that would occur in that property as a consequence of that window. The fact that the room has this side-facing window and the roof lights allows us to do that, and it allows the imposition of the condition allows us to deal with development that may not be acceptable without those conditions to be treated as acceptable, and therefore the application is on the agenda today, recommended for approval.
Before I bring in Councillor Speak, I did hear that this had only one bedroom window, but you're telling me that it has more than one bedroom window. I do notice that the house on the other side has got curtains making their window obscure as well. Just a point.
If I come back. Yeah, just to clarify those points, Chairman. This is the room in question. We've got a window on the side here, we've got a window on the rear, and we've got two roof lights shown onto the roof. The property to the rear has a series of windows in its gable. You can see you've got a landing window here. You've got a window to a utility room, which isn't a habitable room here. You've got the window to the kitchen, and then you've got the back door into the kitchen here with obscured glass in it.
Councillor Speak.
Thank you, Chairman. This is one of those difficult, balanced applications, and I've been receiving correspondence from the applicant for several months now, and the whole process of this application seems to have been a bit messy, to say the least. It went to the wrong parish council, there's been delay after delay, and the officer that was dealing with it was Mr. Alan Pinder, and right up until the 11th hour there were no objections and no condition for this obscure glazing in this main bedroom window. So I don't want to move a refusal. Of course I want to support this application, but I do feel, after visiting the site and looking at the plans and speaking with the applicant, who has at every level worked closely with the planning officer and has met him several times, so it's all been a bit upsetting that before us now, and at very short notice, the applicant was told it was being moved for approval, recommended for approval, but your main bedroom window would have to be obscure glazing. And if you see from the photographs that we've been given this morning, and taking into consideration policy SPD, where it says if a window directly faces inhabitable rooms, from the photograph, it is a bit misleading, because if you could put the photograph on, please, Andrew. Yeah, that window, those blue lines are basically directly looking out of the proposed bedroom window, which would be the main bedroom window of this new extension. That window you see there, I think it's a bathroom window with obscure glazing and curtain. The window you see down, I'm not just sure, I think one's a utility room and one could be bathroom. The kitchen window is further along at the other side of that tree, which is in the applicant's garden and has been there about 10 years when he moved into the property. Going back to the plan of the proposal, the applicant has worked with the officer to reduce the size of the side window to try and help any overlooking, but as the main bedroom window, I think it would be unreasonable to keep this condition for obscure glazing, as shown and the evidence in front of me, and I would like to move the officer's recommendation, but I would like to have removed condition 5, securing obscure glazing, because I don't think in this instance it is necessary. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll just ask Mr Evans to mention something that just happened recently, please, regarding Ombudsman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There have been a few instances where we have approved windows at the side of properties over recent months that have led to us having some cause for concern. But one of them in particular is an example whereby a obscure glazed window to the side of a dormer, in that particular instance, overlooking a neighbouring property, has resulted in representations being made to the Ombudsman about the council not addressing the issue of overlooking of the neighbouring property adequately. In that case, the window was obscure glazed, but it was an opening window with a restrictor, and there has been some considerable debate about whether the restrictor was restricting the window sufficiently to avoid overlooking. So I think what the chairman is referring to is just to obviously be aware that issues such as overlooking from neighbouring properties, first of all, are a material consideration and are an issue which can result in matters being taken to the Ombudsman in order if they're not fully considered. So as long as the issue is fully considered and the points about overlooking one person's opinion obviously is the weight to be addressed to that, but the committee needs to be fully aware of the implications that are before them this morning.
Thank you. Councillor Speak, you want to say something else?
Chairman, if it was a window directly looking down into somebody's front room, I would be the first one absolutely to say no, it must be obscure glazing and a non-opening window. But in this case, weighing up all the facts, and given that the original officer didn't seem and has worked with the applicant, I just find it a bit harsh that this condition has appeared. I understand why, and I do have some sympathy, but I think in this instance, I don't believe that condition is appropriate, and it should have a proper bedroom window. I hope I've made sense. I hope I have a seconder as well.
Thank you, Councillor Speak. So you've proposed the application for approval and minus condition 5. Councillor Pounder.
Thank you, Chair. Unless I've just misheard what Mark has just said, as long as we have fully considered what we're doing, there should be no reason why we cannot remove that and it won't be sent back to the Ombudsman. So I will second Councillor Speak's moving.
Vice Chairman.
There is a bedroom window in the gable of the objector's dwelling. Is that obscured? In other words, that is facing the applicant's dwelling.
Shown on that picture. This one here.
That's a view through the window in question. You see it's obscure glazed. The first floor window.
So I think the reciprocal arrangement should apply here. I mean, this is a fairly small application. Something of this size doesn't normally come to this committee, and I think it's something that we really delegate to officers on nearly every case. They understand their policies, and I think we really should go along with these. I think the applicant really is very fortunate the amount of extensions he's allowed here. He's already well in front of what used to be traditionally the building line. I mean, 20 years ago, he wouldn't. The extension to this degree, would not have even been thought possible. There are other windows there. This is a north-facing window, and I cannot see any reason at all why there should be a reciprocal privacy arrangement, which I think this condition seeks to attain, so that neither of these properties overlook each other through clear glass in that situation. This particular window looks to be some 5 metres forward of the dormer windows, up against the gable of the dwelling, and I do feel that on issues like this, then the officers deal with these things normally under delegated powers, and I can't see any reason to depart from backing their judgment on this. I don't think it's in any way a problem so far as the applicant's concerned. They've got another window in the other side, very large, looking over the sideways. It is a bedroom window. It should have adequate ventilation. The amount of light that comes through an obscure window is more than adequate. I say there are 2 windows in the bedroom. It's quite excessive is the amount of development that's taking place on this particular corner site. I think the applicant's very fortunate that he's been able to, been allowed to create so much development, well, particularly over the building line, and I do feel we ought to support our officers here.
Mr. Stoll.
Yeah, just very quickly, just to pick up on a point that Councillor Eastham has raised there. He mentioned the window in question being north-facing. It isn't actually, it's west-facing, just in case that was a factor.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on something that Councillor Eastham said there, I think he was trying to make a comparison of the neighbour's upstairs window overlooking and making out that that was the same in reverse. I'm not quite sure that that's the case, because the neighbour's window, if it wasn't obscured, would be directly overlooking the applicant's garden, whereas the reverse isn't really the same. There's no garden being overlooked, so that makes the 2 windows different. It's not an equal reciprocal arrangement there. There would be a lot more overlooking from the neighbour's window if it wasn't obscured than there would be from this one. The question I have really is looking at the plan, on the right-hand side, whichever direction that's facing in, with the side that the roof lights are in. Can you show us the plan again and what's there?
That's the side elevation that you're looking at as being proposed. So, excuse me. This is the side elevation here that's being proposed. So you've got the main ridge of the property, and then the extension projects out to the rear. So you can see that there are these 2 roof lights here. Those will face in that direction towards the side of that property, which fronts onto Brining Lane. So they're also roof lights, so they're at a height where there isn't any views out.
Okay, the reason I was asking is that just looking at the plan, the obvious thing would be, can the window not be on that side? But the roof line comes down too far to have a normal window on that side, does it? So given the fact that the window can't be on that side, the only place for it really is on the rear. If there was that alternative, then it would lend a bit more weight to perhaps the window should be shifted. But if that's not a possibility, then the window really needs to stay where it is.
Yeah, just to clarify a point that Councillor Duffy raised there, the roof lights are here, the rear window's here. There is a further window on that side which looks that way as well.
Councillor Wilder.
It's just a point of clarification, actually. The window that's on the side, is that going to be obscured as well?
No.
Yeah. And that opens?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Holt?
Thank you, Chair. Well, some questions, please. The officers referred to the Ombudsman. Has the Ombudsman reported on these cases, and if so, what was the conclusion of the Ombudsman?
We're still awaiting the final report.
So we can't really give much credence because we haven't got the conclusion of the Ombudsman. Can I ask why, according to Councillor Speak, everything was going along swimmingly and there weren't any objections and the officer had been saying everything was okay? Why has the officer's view suddenly changed?
The planning officer, the case officer dealing with the application, he submits his report under delegated powers. He submits his reports to myself as the delegating officer for signing off. Where there are cases of neighbour objections, I generally will visit the site and have a look at those, so I can be satisfied that the officers come to the right conclusion. That was the case here, and having made that visit, I was concerned about the privacy issue that we're all discussing. So at that point, I either myself or Alan contacted the applicant's agent, and then we had some dialogue with the applicant himself to explain how we felt there was an issue and how we felt we could deal with it and still allow the application to be granted planning permission. Clearly the applicant's not happy with the proposal as presented from the discussion we've had this morning. But it was a consequence of that. It was a consequence of me feeling that I felt I needed to impose that condition to allow the application to be supported.
And the final question is, the extensions that are applied for now, do they fit into all the present day rules?
I have no qualms with the scale, design, materials, acceptability of the extension in all regards, including this window, subject to that condition being imposed.
So the comments made by the Vice Chairman saying the applicant is fortunate really, once again, are superfluous, because we're not looking at what used to be, we're looking at what is. And if this application fits in with the rules and regulations pertaining now, then there's no fortunate happenstance here. It's as of right.
Councillor Fylde.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to address the concept of the role of the Ombudsman in planning issues of this type. The Ombudsman deals with process. In no way is he there to adjudicate on the quality of your decision. And he will take the view that provided you have given this full consideration and tried to come to a conclusion on the degree of impact and overlooking, anything else is outside his remit. And the fact that you've got two planning officers, one who thought it was not necessary to impose condition 5, another planning officer who thought it was, that's a difference of opinion between two planning officers. I wouldn't put too much weight on the introduction of the Ombudsman in this debate.
Anyone else want to speak? In that case,
one question.
Yeah, Councillor.
I need instructions for this.
It's another question, really, but the issues seem to be revolving here around this particular window, which, from what I can see here, is what, 4 or 5 metres in front of the former dormer windows. So you've got A, B, C, which are the existing windows, and D, which is the new one. And the condition is about obscure glass. Now, is there any evidence to suggest that putting obscure glass restricts the amount of light in any way and makes a real difference to the quality of that particular room? I understand the argument that obviously obscure glass gives you privacy, but is there an objection to obscure glass in terms of it lets less light in? I mean, because to me, you've got a window on the side, you've got roof lights, and you've got a window at the end, which with condition 5 would be obscure glass. But is that going to present a problem in terms of, you know, within the room? Is that an issue? It's a question.
Yeah, in terms of the amount of light that's reduced as a result of obscure glass, it depends on how obscure the glass is, to be, obviously. In terms of this type of arrangement, where it's not a sort of an etched glass, which is more opaque, then the amount of light will be sort of in the region of 10% reduction. I think the key issue here is it's not the only window. There are roof lights, which in themselves allow about 30% more light in than a standard window in a vertical plane, and obviously there's the other window looking across the rear of the property. So I think if there was only this window, I think the issues would be different for consideration under that side of things, but given that there are two other sets of windows, I don't think that will be an issue in determination of this particular application.
I'm moving to the vote now. So, members, it's approval minus condition 5. We've got a proposer and a seconder. So, all those in favour of that proposal, please put your hands up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour.
Against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That has been approved. Item number 3, please. Okay, Mr. Still.
Okay, this application relates to a piece of land just outside Staining. It's an area of greenfield land adjacent to but outside of the settlement boundary. You see on the plan there, the application site, the colours are a bit unclear, is this area here. The settlement boundary runs along that line there, with green fields over in towards the right hand side. It shares its boundary with King's Close, which is this road here, series of early 90s detached dwellings, which take their access off Chain Lane via a mini roundabout here, adjacent to the village co-op shop, which is there. The proposal in front of us is an outline application for the erection of 30 dwellings with access applied for at this stage, with the access being an extension of the existing estate road serving the King's Close cul-de-sac. As the site is allocated as countryside outside the settlement in the local plan, the proposal is residential development is contrary to policy SP2 of the plan. However, the application on the agenda you'll see is recommended for approval as the officers accept that the scheme would represent sustainable development, and with the current shortfall of housing supply, being unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing supply, the government guidance in the NPPF requires that we are, as a council, support schemes that deliver sustainable development. There are some outstanding ecology issues which are currently the subject of further survey and discussion with the statutory undertakers, statutory consultees on those matters, and so the agenda recommendation is that the decision be delegated to officers to grant planning permission on the satisfactory conclusion of those ecology issues and the completion of a Section 106 agreement which provides affordable housing, funding for open space, education, etc., which I'll cover in the main presentation.
Thank you. There are 7 speakers, so it's John Westmoreland first. And local councillors as well.
Good morning, Mr Chairman, members. I'm John Westmoreland, speaking on behalf of CPRE Fylde District Group. Being outside the settlement in countryside area, this proposed development conflicts with SAID Local Plan Policy SP2, and the Council's Local Plan Preferred Options does not propose to change the settlement boundary of Staining. Regarding sustainability and accessibility, other objectors provide detailed arguments to confirm our opinion that the cumulative impact of housing development in the village is not sustainable. Comparisons should also be made, or should also be drawn, with committee refusals of 4 developments outside the settlement of Ray Green. This is BMV agricultural land, and in our opinion, loss of BMV land is unsustainable and should weigh heavily against approval. There is alternative poorer quality land in the area. The Winddyke Farm scheme is now viable to provide 1,500 homes by 2030. We all know that the 5-year housing supply is a numbers game. The Council's latest figure of 4.5 years is based on the obsolete and unachievable RSS requirement, including attempt to recover a shortfall of 1,144 homes since 2003. Yet over part of that period there was a moratorium. In our opinion, irrespective of work on producing the new local plan, the Council must urgently declare a realistic and achievable 5-year local housing requirement, taking the ONS 2011 figure of 265 per year as an indication. This should be from a new 2011 baseline, thus abandoning the shortfall. In the event of a challenge, this new figure would need to be examined by a planning inspector. Our figures show Fylde has permissions for 3,847 homes under construction or not started. So there is no critical shortage of housing land and no need to approve inappropriate developments in Fylde rural villages to add to those permissions not being exploited. To conclude, we hope this application will not be another victim of what CPRE refers to as permission by surrender. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Alan Blakely, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Although I'm the clerk to Staining Parish Council, I'm here primarily to speak as a resident of Staining. I moved into Staining in 1969 when I got married. For those of you that you calculate it out, that's 45 years. Why did I move to Staining? Simple. I wanted to live in a village close to everywhere I wanted to go. Work, recreation, shopping, etc. What's happened? Over the years, Staining has developed to such an extent that many don't regard it as within Fylde, but as a suburb of Blackpool. The solicitor who dealt with my purchase all those years ago was a personal friend and said, "Why do you want to go and live in Staining? It is an expanding village and will have drainage problems unless the drainage improved." How right he was. The village has expanded tenfold, but the drainage system has not kept pace with all the development. We regularly have flooding, and part of the flooding contains waste sewage. Not a pretty sight. The situation can only get worse with more and more development. Over the years, as development takes place, piping replaces the natural dispersal of water into dikes and such like. It's therefore imperative that the piping is kept clear, and even more so the dikes. I'm led to believe that the Environment Agency are responsible for the upkeep of the dike system as well as rivers, and unless there's regular maintenance, we could end up with a Thames Valley or Somerset situation after heavy and prolonged rainfall. I've read that the Environment Agency don't see any problems in staining. Can we really believe that after the Somerset Thames Valley situation? Someone else will be speaking about flooding, so I won't go into that any further, but staining does have a flooding problem acknowledged by United Utilities and LCC. At the Jones Homes hearing last year, I read out a parish council minute over 20 years ago. I'll read it out again. Resolved that the parish council asked Fylde Borough Council not to grant any more planning developments until such time as the drainage problems of staining are resolved. I think that's been ignored. I'd just like to prick the conscience of this committee with some small but important points. Use common sense when making your decision. You keep talking about government targets. For once, Fylde Borough Council should be firm and tell the government enough is enough. We've got enough development in the Fylde at the moment. Use your vote. Yes or no. Do not abstain. Staining is a village, and the residents and parish council want it to remain so. More and more development can take it away from being a village and being the suburb of Blackpool I mentioned earlier. Would you want any more development where you live if there's a recognised drainage and flooding problem? I doubt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trish Craig, please.
Good morning and thank you for your time. I'm speaking as a resident, but I am also a parish councillor. As has been stated before, the land is currently designated as farmland and is outside the settlement of Staining Village. Staining has been a documented settlement for well over 1,000 years. According to the Archaeological and Heritage Assessment, this particular site has never been developed. Perhaps there is a good reason why this is the case. As we have seen during the first 2 months of 2014, there are many places in the country which should never have been used for housing, and our apparent disregard for the history of an area has proved the planners and other experts to be wrong. The outline plans show the creation of a pond. Apart from being a picturesque landscape feature, this can also be used as a method of water storage prior to drainage away from the site. The Chinese water garden feature at Cypress Point being a prime example. The pond indicated on the draft master plan is situated at a higher level on the site, which is currently 7 metres above the lower level, which would suggest that this pond is to collect runoff from the still higher ground to the west of the site. I am no expert, but it would seem that these are extraordinary and costly lengths to go to facilitate the building of 30 houses, which are neither needed nor wanted in the village. The aforementioned assessment tells us that the area would have been regarded as marshy ground, even to the point of having a raised roadway and pumping station to facilitate the removal of water. Even the Victorians, ingenious as they were, would not position a road as per the plans. The assessment also states there is a small to medium risk of peat being found on the site, a scenario that has recently manifested itself at the Red Rose site of White Hills Road. The discovery of and the need for removal of peat has led to a request for a reduction in the amount of monies available for affordable housing. Is Fylde Borough Council willing to take this risk again? The earthwork, as I stated before, is clearly visible across the site. It follows a circular path which on initial viewing I took to be the remains of the moat surrounding the 10th century Staining Grange, the moated medieval manor which has been documented as being at the end of the village. The path of the earthwork can be clearly seen following a curving path around the site. The A&H assessment describes this as a tiered roadway from Victorian era, providing level access around a marshy area to a pumping station. which, is suggested, was necessary for the removal of surplus water from the area. I am still not entirely convinced that this is the case, as there are many geological features around Staining that can be accredited to the medieval era. The construction of Phase 1 of King's Close destroyed some lovely buildings and obscured much of Staining's medieval history. It is absolutely necessary that we do not destroy that which remains. The ecological and environmental assessments suggest that any incursions onto wildlife habitat can be mitigated by working around any wildlife that may be present, subject to assessment after the granting of outline permission. This also seems to be hugely expensive expense that could be channeled into the development of a less problematic site. That such a development would have an effect upon wildlife, both native and migratory, which frequents the area, is without question, squeezing their potential feeding ground and driving them to less suitable pastures. On a finishing note, with only 6 months' housing supply left to find in order to satisfy the arbitrary targets set down, the villagers of Staining implore the DMC to refuse this application. Another 30 dwellings over and above the 13% increase already passed for our village would be a step too far. Thank you.
Keith Shuck, please. And can you stick to 3 minutes?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members and officers. My name is Keith Shuck. I'm speaking today as a resident of Staining. I'm also a parish councillor. I want to mention the highways problems. Once again, we find ourselves putting to you our concerns about the safety of roads within Staining Village, which, as probably all know, is used as quite a fast rat run between Wyreborough and the south, in towards Fylde at the south. Your inspection will have shown the roads through Staining are very narrow, and in many places the pavements are pretty well non-existent. 12 months ago, in early 2013, Staining was experiencing around 3,000 vehicles travelling through the village per day. In less than 10 months now, the Lancashire County Council's latest figures now show 36% increase to almost 4,100 vehicles a day. 4,100 vehicles a day going through the village. Although the proposed 30 properties will not significantly increase the amount of vehicles going through the village, the access to and from these properties is on the bend and onto a mini roundabout where this traffic crosses and can only compromise safety along that stretch of the road. This road junction often has traffic backing up across the roundabout entrance at King's Close due to large vehicles restricting access while making deliveries to the local cooperative store. Although also the provision of a zebra crossing between the cooperative store and Occupation Lane will only further cause distraction to drivers due to additional street furniture signage and dangerously close proximity to the bend and mini roundabout. The village roads are already suffering before the increase in traffic over the last 12 months. And it is likely that the traffic will increase further with the threat of more accidents to this junction to service these further 30 properties. The threat is likely to increase further due to the additional traffic from the new NHS development off Mythorpe Road, a major development at High Cross Park on Normoss Road, and the former Norcross Workers route through Staining to get to Peel Road now. In conclusion, please consider, although the traffic flows are more suited to a large town or town bypass, Staining is still a village. It is on the National Cycle Route. It's a rural location that accommodates many stables and therefore regular horse riders, added further problems, traffic and pedestrians. And we can only compromise the village environment and safety of its residents So we do request you that you bear in mind these facts, and let's think please about the people who live in this area, in particular Staining. We're throwing more and more at it, and we ask you to consider to refuse the application today. Thank you.
Councillor Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm here representing as ward councillor. Can I just put one viewfinder up, please? There's two in actual fact. That gives just a diagram of the shading of the flooding concerns in the area. Just to set the scene, following from my house-to-house inquiries into flooding, Lancashire County Council commenced investigations into flooding issues at the opposite end of Staining Village. A comprehensive report was completed by the local flood authority, and that reveals problems to the main drainage system in the area of Staining. In the report it reveals that between Chain Lane and Bleasdale Avenue a culvert land drains exist, and flooding problems may be caused to the culvert being too low to accommodate the levels of water experienced in heavy and persistent rain. The report does go on to identify 7 actions which need to be implemented, but I've not received any timescales for these as yet. If I can, Mr. Chairman, just put another slide up. This slide is the Chain Lane King's Close entry and exit, and this is where you want to build more houses. In King's Close there are presently 14 dwellings in this area. Of the 14 dwellings, 50%, and that's namely number 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 18, have experienced flooding problems in their gardens. Number 10 and 18 have installed submersible pumps in the gardens. I am in receipt of a letter from Phil Barrett, the Director of Lancashire Highways, to confirm that a similar investigation into flooding will take place on the Chain Lane and King's Close area I mentioned earlier, and this work will take place this year. I do believe a budget has been agreed, but we don't know when this will be commenced. Regarding the King's Close Chain Lane area, as I've mentioned, it's subject to flooding, and this image you can see now was only taken 2 years ago when Staining was completely cut off. A kind resident took this upon himself to stop traffic going through, because 3 cars had already stalled. I have various documentation from Lancashire County Council and from our local MP regarding the flooding issues. I've also written to United Utilities to ask what the maximum flow rate is from the Staining pumping station before the system spills, and how many spills in actual fact were there from the pumping station last year. This also could affect the bathing water problems, but to date I haven't received a reply. Clearly, Mr. Chairman, there are many problems concerning flooding in Staining, and I would not wish to see further developments which would make the situation worse. Coupled with that is also the scale of developments for a village. Already we've seen a Baxter Homes development and 2 phases of Jones Homes development. What I would suggest, I would ask members to either refuse this application or at the very least defer the application for a month pending a site visit where members can see the actual entry and exit area into King's Close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you. Mr. Highland, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Management Committee. You have all now seen the reasons as to why this planning application should be refused, and I would just like to reiterate some of the points in summing up. Flooding, as you have seen, is still a major issue, and in this picture, Andrew, please, picture 1, was taken at the mini roundabout where this application exits and enters onto Chain Lane on Saturday the 19th of October 2013 after a 15-minute thunderstorm and 30 minutes of steady rain, just 5 days after the co-op representatives handed out their brochures to a public meeting stating that it was not a problem. There's some more pictures, Andrew, please, if you show those. Also, their flood risk assessment stated it would not increase the risk to other properties in the area. Do you really believe that after seeing this picture and the one earlier of flooding from surface water from the Environment Agency? After King's Close was built, the gardens on Bleasdale Avenue and Chain Lane now flood on a regular basis. In fact, some never dry out, and they will only get worse if this application is passed. The dike they want to discharge more surface water into is already causing flooding in the surrounding area and fields. Picture 2, please, Andrew. That's the one, yeah? It is also highlighted on the Environmental Agency's flood warning map, and during the period of high tides, high winds and torrential rain in January, a warning was in place. There are already problems on the Jones Homes Phase 1 estate, the Heathers, with gardens flooding. This problem was highlighted in our objections as to what would happen where they culverted the dike and built on natural land that acts as a soakaway. Again, no one listened. The traffic flow on the single road through Steyne is horrendous, yet in their technical consideration it quotes, it would not result in an adverse impact, unquote. The figures from Lancashire County Council traffic count for 7 days in October last year show a different picture, with an average of 26,000 vehicles per week and at its peak 625 vehicles per hour. That's 10 per minute, 1 every 6 seconds, and will increase even more when the new mental health unit opens on Preston New Road and the plan for 1,500 dwellings and 20 hectare acres of employment area materialises. The staining rat run will get worse and become more of a bottleneck in the village and at the traffic lights at Mythup and Preston New Road, with more possibility of serious accidents. Never mind the problem the residents already have trying to enter or exit the side roads in the village. The road surface is already in a terrible condition, and it's a wonder no claims have been submitted to Lancashire County Council for damage suspensions. The road through the village has also a 7.5 tonne limit on it, yet in the 7-day road count by Lancashire County Council, a total of 141 heavy goods vehicles pass through the village. In the letter to Andrew Stell, stated the 26th November 2013 from Howe Planning LLP, under the heading Sustainability, it quotes, "And 2 nurseries are also within a 607 metres walking distance from the site," unquote. Do you want to laugh? We only have 1 nursery in Steyning, and that is the Steyning Enormous Playgroup. The other nursery quoted was Steyning Road Nurseries, a garden centre, now defunct. And you want to let these people build in our beautiful village? The nearest houses on the proposed plan are just 130 metres from the National Grid electrical distribution system of 275,000 volts, of which there are 12 cables carrying this voltage. You must be aware of the possible cancer, leukemia risk when living close to them. Picture 3, please, Andrew. These pictures show the area of and adjacent to this application. 800 to 1,000 Canada geese resting in the fields. This happens every year. Sheep grazing peacefully in the summer, and waiting to lamb. In summer we have cattle wandering all over the land. We have swans, which return each year because they were fed when they were cygnets. Pass this application and all this will disappear forever. Some children then will never see them again in their natural habitat. You have refused planning applications at Kirkham, Wesham and Ray Green. Are you going to have another battle on over Walton? But you have never and I repeat, never refuse one in Staining. All you have done is pass them and devastate a beautiful village to meet a 5-year housing supply which isn't required here. I think, as a council, you are fearful of the government and won't stand up to them in any way at all. This so-called housing boom and house price increase doesn't happen here. It refers to anywhere south of Watford Gap and the London area. I might agree to some extent that...
You've had 5 minutes, please. Can you conclude
I'm finishing now.
Right?
I'm finishing, Mr Chairman. Most apologies. In the London area, I might agree to some extent that London needs a 5-year to cope with immigration. I'd like to read you the statement from the Daily Telegraph, 17th of December, from Eric Pickles.
I'd rather you didn't, thank you.
Okay. As Chairman,
I
I'd like to plead you to refuse this application.
Thank you. Kate McLean.
Good morning, members. My name is Kate McLean, Planning Manager at the Cooperative Group, and I'm here to speak in support of our outline application for up to 30 dwellings, including 9 affordable homes at King's Close in Staining. Firstly, I'd like to commend your officers on the preparation of a robust and comprehensive planning committee report which recommends that planning permission should be granted. This includes at page 40 the necessary planning balance that identifies the development delivers significant benefits, including a reduction in the council's shortfall in housing supply, the provision of a highly accessible deliverable site, the delivery of 9 affordable homes, improved highway infrastructure through the provision of a zebra crossing across Chain Lane, the provision of enhanced great crested newt habitat on land outside the application site, and an education contribution towards primary school provision. As successive inspectors have identified, the council have an inadequate supply of land for housing, and the settlement boundaries included with the extant policies of the Fylde local plan were established on the basis of very low requirements as set out in the former structure plan. The council have acknowledged during these appeals that in order to meet their housing target of 306 dwellings per annum, greenfield, edge of settlement sites will be required. In the absence of a new local plan for the borough, which identifies where these sites should be, government guidance advocates that there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. The proposals before you today represent sustainable development. The proposals extend King's Close tightly against the settlement edge in a location that's easily accessible to the village amenities, including the bus stop, the primary school, the food store, the pub, village hall and car park. Although the council have made good progress in advancing its housing position, it remains below 5 years. Granting planning permission for our application will further boost this target and deliver much needed family homes in a sustainable location. In relation to the outstanding ecology matters, there are no lawful barriers to the grant of planning permission, subject to the conditions proposed, which secure enhanced mitigation and are not detrimental to the maintenance of the population of either great crested newts or pink-footed geese. The CPRE's comments regarding housing figures should not be given any weight, as these have been found to be flawed at planning appeal. Nor should parallels be drawn between localised surface water issues in the village and the current dire straits facing residents elsewhere in the countryside. The Somerset levels and other areas of flood in the country are functional floodplains, Zone 3B, and not Zone 1 like the application site. The whole country has experienced the problems depicted in the parish council's photos based on current appalling weather conditions. In summary, the presumption in favour of sustainable development contained within the National Planning Policy Framework clearly applies to our scheme. Our supporting information and your office's assessment of the planning application confirms that planning permission should be approved and that there are no adverse impacts so significant or demonstrable to outweigh the obvious benefits of approving our scheme. I therefore request that you follow your office's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you very much.
The two ladies that just come in there, please. The lady is just speaking as her seat. Councillor Hayhurst.
Could I make an observation, first of all, Chairman? With regard to the previous application, it's just a comment, but would it not be an idea that officers do not communicate to applicants whether they feel that an application is going to be supported or not before the paper is written for the meeting? I feel it's a dangerous thing to do, and I feel it can cause this authority embarrassment, but that's just a general comment. I'm here today because Staining is within my division on Lancashire County Council, and I came here today in order to support the Parish Council's view with regard to the flooding and also the traffic conditions in Staining, both of which are horrific and which are causing County Council concern and great expense. Having said that, having read the order paper, I'm convinced that this is very poor planning, and I want to talk about that in a moment. But as I say, the fact is the County Council is spending quite considerable amounts of money on flooding in Staining, and I feel as though any further development until any work is completed would be a mistake. I do support the Parish Council's view on that. As far as the traffic is concerned, again, that junction is a nightmare, not only because of the flow of traffic through Staining, which is considerable. You've already heard 4,000 vehicles a day. You've already heard that the situation is that if and when Windike is approved, that is going to cause even further problems in Staining. But the fact is that junction with its mini roundabout is a concern, as is the fact that the co-op is there. If the co-op wasn't there, it probably would be a far better proposition. But the fact is the co-op obviously generates traffic and generates parking, generates delivery vans on a corner which is a real problem in that village, which has got a huge amount of traffic already. And therefore I feel that to put any more vehicles on that junction, particularly vehicles which are trying to access Chain Lane from King's Close, would be a huge mistake. And if you are so minded to approve this application, which I hope you're not, then I feel as though that you should at least go and have a look at what you're approving. It is, however, also, when I read the order paper, a very poor application. This application would not be approved at any time, in my opinion, if you didn't have the bulldozer, which is known as the National Planning Policy Framework, bulldozing policy throughout everywhere. You've only got to have a look at that is a carbuncle on the edge of Staining. I know planners like nice straight lines, and that is anything but. But the other situation is you've only got to look at what the officers are saying themselves. Impact on urban form. The harm to the form of the village is a concern. Poor urban form with the development encroaching into the countryside in an ill-planned way. Then they say the survey confirms that the site area is grade 3A, best and most versatile quality land. So basically what you're doing here is putting an urban carbuncle on the edge of a village on the best land which you can use for agriculture. You've then got the objections also from No Western Natural England and also the Lancashire Ecology Department, both very important bodies. And what you've got here then is a piece of land, not only is it best agricultural land, but it is also habitat for great crested newts and also pink-footed geese. To use the supermarket terminology, when it's gone, and that is a problem here. You are destroying some of the best land that you could possibly have in this borough, and therefore I feel that you should turn this application down. You've got reasons. Even the officers are basically saying it's a marginal decision, this, but the fact is you've got real reasons for turning this application down now, and I would hope that you would follow those reasons I say again, when it's gone, it's gone. Don't give delegated powers to officers to work with developers in order to make any sort of fudge as far as the ecology and also on this land. Please turn this application down. I think the other problem is also that it will make 12% developments in Staining, increasing development since 2010. For a village like Staining, just like Ray Green, enough is enough. So I ask you to turn it down, and if not, then obviously go and have a look at it and defer it and go and have a look what the situation is. But please turn it down today.
Thank you. Mr. Stell.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's have a look. The plan on the site on the screen shows you the application site. This is an aerial photograph that shows you Staining Village. So we can orientate ourselves as we come in from Lithic Road, from the sort of M55 end, come through Chain Lane, King's Close, there's a roundabout here, the application site is this area here. So you can see you've got the rest of the village as you come through and back over towards Poulton as we've heard. This is the area where the Jones Homes properties are being built for orientation purposes. You can see the defined settlement boundary follows the edge of the built development that you see there, particularly in this area. The scheme in front of us is in outline with access only. So we have an illustrative layout, which looks like that. So you've got an extension of King's Close, the road comes in, and then the illustrative layout's a series of detached and short terraces, semi-detached, in cul-de-sacs off there. There's a ditch along this boundary here, so there's a proposal to provide some surface water attenuation features in that area there, and also a pond here that was referred to earlier, again as indications that there's space to put landscaping and surface water attenuation within the site. The access is simply an extension of the existing carriageway. So looking at that on a plan, you've got a carriageway, and I'll show you some photographs in a moment. You've got a carriageway that comes up and just stops at a fence. That will be continued past into the site. The roundabout junction with Chain Lane is here, and as part of that's the Co-op store there. As part of the development, the applicant is providing a zebra crossing of Chain Lane in that location, which would assist connectivity between the site and the village hall and other services there. In terms of the consultations that have been undertaken, we've had objections from the parish council on the basis that we've heard from the speakers this morning, so I won't go through those. We've also had letters from 34 residents, as are reported in some detail in the agenda paper, so again I won't go through those. We've also had an objection from the CPRE, who've also spoken on 5-year supply and the matters that we've had, and comments from the ward councillor. Turning to I'll have to show you some photographs in there. Just to put the site in context, that's the access to the site from the head of Chain Lane, from the head of King's Close. So the access would continue through there. Looking further back, you can see King's Close is a series of relatively modern properties, typically detached houses. The access point, the visibility available at the roundabout, that's looking towards the centre of the village. Looking the other way, that's the visibility available. So that's you've got the white car just on the left is parked on the forecourt of the shop, and then you're looking out towards the golf course in that direction. Just looking back at it the other way, that's the access point as you see it. And then the site itself, just looking from the from the end of that road, you see that you've got, that's just showing across one side of the view, and then you see it's grazing land with hedge boundaries, and you can see the electricity pylon that I believe Mr. Hyan referred to in the distance there. So in terms of the planning issues, the site is within the area of countryside allocated by policy SP2 of the local plan. So the development is contrary to that, and we need to look at whether there are any factors that would outweigh a conflict with the development plan. Clearly housing supply is a critical one of those, and the latest figures in terms of housing supply is that the council at the end of last year, 31st of December 13, the council had 4.5 years worth of the RSS housing supply. So whilst this is closer to the 5 years than in previous reports have suggested, it is still below that figure, and therefore the paragraph 14 of the MPPF requires us to look at such sites favourably unless they deliver significant and demonstrable harm. So we need to assess whether this site is a sustainable development or not, and obviously that takes up the bulk of the report. But just running through those areas in brief. Staining itself is a village, but it's a settlement that has typical village level services. It has a shop, it has village hall, play facilities, sports facilities at the village hall. There's the pub, there's church, there's the playgroup. So there are basic level facilities, and in terms of the accessibility to services assessments that we do on such matters, this site demonstrates it has a medium accessibility to those services. The second element of the sustainability issue is the scale of development. Yes, there has been planning permissions granted at the Jones Homes site and at the Baines Farm site. However, in terms of the scale, we've had comparison with Ray Green. Taking those applications together and adding this scheme on, the scale of development that you get as a percentage term in the village is still less than the scale that was considered unacceptable in Ray Green. And Ray Green is a smaller village with lesser services and lesser capacity for those services to expand. The visual impact is an issue that's been touched on. Yes, it does look as though the site is a sort of a protrusion into the countryside, and that is something that's been a concern to officers since this proposal was first presented. It's been the subject of work with the applicant, who has revised their illustrative layout to move some of the properties away from boundaries to allow greater level of screening to be introduced to soften the edge of the development that's proposed. You've got a good hedge down here. The applicant also owns this land that backs onto Bleasdale Close, which gives them the opportunity of introducing landscaping into that area to soften the development. Chairman?
Let's listen to the officer, please.
Thank you. To soften the development as it would appear from that site, and make the protrusion that it looks like on plan less of an issue when you see it in real life. And that's something that the council's landscape officer believes would address the concerns in that regard. In terms of agricultural land, it is grade 3A, which is the best and most versatile grade. And so there is conflict with local plan policies in its loss. However, the government guidance on that in the MPPF, which clearly is more recent than the local plan policy, refers to significant loss of agricultural land. The applicant makes the point that as to whether the 1.8 hectares of the site area, if that was lost to development, whether that would be a significant loss. Perhaps a subjective point to come to, but the planning legislation requires consultation if there is a 10 hectare loss of BMV. So you're at less than a fifth of the area involved in this site. So taking those together and balancing up the items, the need for housing against those negative issues, we've concluded that the scheme does deliver sustainable development, and therefore it is supported in principle in the report. There are technical issues that have gone through, and I'll briefly cover those. The site is considered to have a good access point and good visibility to Chain Lane. I've already showed you the photographs of that. County Highways do not object to the development on that and see that the capacity is sufficient to sit into the capacity of the network is sufficient to absorb the development from this site. Drainage, clearly a sensitive issue with any development. The Environment Agency do not object to this scheme. United Utilities do not object to this scheme. The surface water drainage can be drained and can be managed on site to take the water out at greenfield rates into the ditch that's adjacent to the site boundary along this edge here. Foul water is something that I think is probably more of an issue because of the flooding concerns that the speakers have referred to. There is a combined sewer in Chain Lane, and in times of storm there are issues with that backing up. And because of the surface water, the storm water running into that sewer and causing the flooding that the photographs showed. United Utilities are obviously aware of that. They don't object to this application. Additionally, the applicant has undertaken work to improve drainage flows on the ditch in the last couple of months to try and reduce the amount of stormwater that runs into that ditch. It's there. It's without an objection from the United Utilities. It's something that we as officers have to feel is acceptable. In terms of ecology, the site itself doesn't raise any issues, but there are ponds around the site. I'm sure from the aerial photograph you can see, which I've lost. The aerial photograph shows there are the dark areas there, a series of ponds, some of which have habitat suitable for great crested newts. The applicant has proposed mitigation should those ponds have newts in them, and that is subject to ongoing consultation with the relevant ecology consultees. Additionally, the area supports feeding and wintering of pink-footed geese, which are a protected species, and again that's a matter that is subject to further reports from the applicant and assessment by the statutory consultees. But I think on pink-footed geese, my understanding is that they frequent areas of wide open countryside, and with this site being constrained by hedges, the power lines and the proximity to the dwellings, it's less likely to be used by pink-footed geese. But given that there's ongoing dialogue, that's why the committee agenda recommendation is framed to allow that to be resolved prior to the grant of any planning permission. Just touching on the final couple of issues with any housing scheme, affordable housing. The scheme proposes that to deliver 30% of the 30 houses as affordable properties, and that will be secured by the Section 106 agreement as usual. In terms of open space, there is landscaping and amenity open space on the layout, partly as a consequence of the sustainable drainage schemes. The applicant's also proposing financial contributions to upgrade facilities in the village, and the zebra crossing will assist access to those facilities. So feel that there's no issues in open space terms. My final issue is education. The County Council have assessed the capacity in the local schools and the demand for school places from this development and others, and have concluded that at the present time there is no capacity available in the surrounding schools to take additional primary age children. Policy CF2 of the local plan, paragraph 72 of the MPPF touch on that and allow for contributions to be made to Lancashire County Council from a development to allow them to improve capacity in the schools to deal with that. And that is something that, again, is on these agenda papers with a sum of £130,000 being appropriate for a development of this scale. So as I say, that's in the recommendation. So the officer recommendation, there have been some updates in the late representations about the ecology issues, but it's just giving you more information as to surveys that have taken place over the past week or so. It doesn't change the officer recommendation, which is as on the agenda papers, to support the scheme and delegate the approval to officers. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pounder, you are the local councillor, and then it's followed by Councillor Odes and Councillor Nolte.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I compliment the members of my community on the outlines and things, the information they brought before this committee to make it a lot easier. Can I also make a point that Mr. Snell has made a good job of trying to convince us to pass a bad plan. It's probably noticeable that the only things that, or the things that really should have been brought out, was not brought out until the end of his thing, that's the ecology and such. The offer of a zebra crossing where it is a nightmare. It's a death trap, and anybody who goes down and sees it can see where it is so close to the roundabout and the bend. It would cause more accidents than it would anything else. So that's how bad the plan has been put together. There's not a great deal I can say that hasn't already been said. I will move refusal on the grounds of the scale of the development. It's outside, it's contrary to SP2. We haven't had the reports yet on the ecology and such back. So, you know, these applications come before this committee for the committee to make a decision, not for us to pass it back to officers, for officers to make the decision. And in that sense, I would just like to move that forward. As I said, there's not a great deal I could do with other than repeat what's already been said. But I think it's imperative that, as I say, we move for refusal on the grounds of the scale of the development, the effect it will have on the village, the flooding issues and such. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Odes.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, before I move on to the application, Mr. Bleakley did make comment about abstentions, and I feel that I should point out that with previous applications in Staining, several of us did abstain because the reasons put forward for the refusal would not have stood up in any appeal situation, and because we're regularly bullied into not refusing things in this committee because of the possibility of the award of costs against us. Although I can't vote for developments like this, I felt on that occasion I did have to abstain, and I know that several of my colleagues felt the same way. So I would urge your representatives today to come up with good grounds for refusal so that the committee can support, because if good grounds are not given, it's very, very difficult, because we find that we have situations like the Kirkham Triangle. Now, that's my area. I feel very passionate about it, and this committee did refuse an application for housing there. But I can tell you that last July we went to appeal, and developers, as they do, go for very, very expensive agents, and we had proof of flooding, not just to gardens but to houses. We also had proof of a high fatality rate on the road, which that development would have gone on and off. And despite that, the inspector allowed that appeal. And that is what this planning committee is up against all the time. Councillor Pounder has moved the refusal, and I assume that there's going to be an adjournment from this meeting to discuss
I can confirm that.
The reasons for refusal. That being the case, can I give notice that if this is not refused, I would like to move deferment. So I would like to give notice that I would like to move deferment after you have dealt with the movement for refusal. We've also had a comment this morning from the chairman of the parish council saying that we've refused applications in Kirkham and Westham. Well, can I say that Kirkham and Westham has probably taken far more housing than any other area of this borough in the last 5 years. What we're up against is government policies. The government policies are appalling at the moment in regard to planning. And I sat yesterday and watched a programme. The chairman of the CPRE was on there, Griff Rhys-Jones, who spoke extremely well. And he was on there with a government minister, and the government minister was absolutely appalling. Griff Rhys-Jones ran circles around him, and it actually showed me what we're up against in local planning committees. I am totally opposed to this type of development. It's outside the settlement boundary, and when you look at the plan, I just have to be a little bit sceptical and say that there's a dog leg in a field, and I just wonder what the heck is going to happen to the rest of that field. It worries me greatly. It worries me greatly for communities like Staining, that we are seeing our communities ruined because the government is failing to get population under control. And another thing the government are failing to do is realise that we need food in this country as well as housing. And if you're going to let your good agricultural land go for housing, where the heck are we going to find areas to grow food? I think it's a short-sighted policy. The sooner that different councils make representation to the government to make them realise what they're doing out in all the different districts and areas of this country, the better, because we are having the housing supply figure thrown at us and used as a stick against us all the time. And this policy is one of the worst policies I've seen in nearly 30 years as a councillor. So it's time that I think this council shouted long and hard to the government about what they're doing. I will actually be supporting the refusal today. I hope that there is an adjournment to come up with good reasons for refusal, but if that is lost, I give notice of another move to defer the application.
Were you seconding thank you. We've got a proposer and a seconder for refusal. It's Councillor Nulty next.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that's been said this morning from the objectors. This isn't edge of settlement, it's an incursion right into the countryside. No way is this a rounding off or anything that we sometimes see. And it's similar to the Kirkham Triangle and Mowbray Lane, where it's going right into the countryside and affecting that area completely. Sorry, I've just lost. And with the scale of it, with the other permissions in Staining already, I think it's far too much for a village of that size. Unfortunately, well, it's BMV land. We know that. We've refused other things on being outside the settlement boundary, on being BMV land, and we've got nowhere. And I agree with Councillor Odes that we really must have really good, firm reasons for refusal because these things don't seem to stand up. However sensible it seems to us, they don't stand up at appeal. I've got great concerns. Highways reports seem to be always the same, no matter how much traffic there is, no matter how difficult the local community knows it is, it's always acceptable. And I just wonder sometimes where they're looking and whether they're...
Excuse me, councillors, can you stop conferring from to the floor, please? And thank you. Appreciate what you're trying to do.
Sorry, I lost my thread there. I sometimes think they must be looking in London or somewhere where it's acceptable to have queues and queues of traffic and not in small villages. And I do think the sooner we get to meet with county highways, the better. We've talked about it. We don't seem to get anywhere with it. And the same with United Utilities. There's another report in here that talks about SUD systems making everything acceptable. Every development can be made acceptable with the SUDS scheme, and I simply cannot believe that. I don't know how that can work with, like it's been talked about this morning, dikes that are overflowing, etc. I don't see how a SUDS scheme makes it acceptable. You've also got no open space on this site. You will have children, and you've got a big pond in the middle as a SUDS system. No play area, but a big pond for children to go and whatever in, which might be a good idea because, of course, there are no primary places at all. And how you can have an accessibility statement that says the nearest primary school is less than 2 miles away or whatever it is, and that's true, but the fact there are no spaces in it just defeats the object. And not only that, there are no spaces in any of the ones within 2 miles, and then you're given a contribution that will go absolutely nowhere and is not guaranteed to go straight to Staining School. I don't know if Staining School can be extended or whatever.
What about taking the playing field?
Well, you know, I don't know what those possibilities are, but there's no guarantee here that any children coming to this site or any others in Staining are going to have anywhere to go to school. And I think that is totally unacceptable. And I don't know how that stands up with reasons for refusal. And my last point, another point I want to go on to, we've got this document which, as usual, were given on the table this morning. So I did a quick look, and coming from Wesham as I do, I looked for where Mowbray Lane is, and it is not on. Perhaps I'm being thick, perhaps it's somewhere, but it doesn't seem to be on the 5-year phased commitments net, unless we're in the net. But there's certainly 100 houses approved at Wesham. Now, I presume somebody's gone through all this and got it right, but if Mowbray Lane isn't on it, it isn't on it, is it? Because I have looked all the way through and I can't see it on there. Now, whether the figures add up with it on and it's been missed off because of some problem, but if I can see that straight away, then is there anything else missing, and are we closer to the 5-year supply than ever?
On that point, Mr. Chairman, this document that you say suddenly appeared today...
Oh, I know it's been around.
...was published several weeks ago and online, and I decided, because it was online, not many people have read it, and you just proved the point.
You're right.
That's why you've got a paper copy. Mowbray Lane, I'll check on that.
Sorry. You're absolutely right. I know it's... But some people don't have time to go through everything. We do make an assumption that when somebody tells us that there's a 4.5-year supply...
Councillor Nolte, can I just stop you a minute?
Yeah.
Members, I'm conscious of the fact that it's nearly 12 o'clock. Now, I know Councillor Pounder has gone to the toilet. Is everybody else okay for the time being? Well, I mean, obviously we're going to have an adjournment for the proposer and the seconder with the officers, that's a definite, but
Because of the protocol.
because of the protocol, I'm stopping, yes, and that's exactly what I'm asking. Is that all right, everyone?
Yeah.
Right. So, 5-minute break. Okay, members, I'm going to say something now a little bit profound, so you need to be very vigilant. And it's extremely careful that we have to be at present. So, we've just had it's a little bit more than 5 minutes comfort break, and I'm afraid I'm very aware that some of the people in front of me, the committee, have actually had time to go and talk to members of the public. Now, the applicants here, the agents here, and can go back and report this and actually start a procedure straight away if the application goes against what's been recommended. In other words, are some of you prejudicial at this situation? Now, it's extremely careful. Just a minute, Councillor Oates. If we carry on with this particular application now, are we being totally fair to the applicant? In other words, has a prejudicial predetermination taken place after the comfort break? Now, are we giving the applicant any reason to go and seek judiciary against or appeal against what may take place after we continue? In other words, although we're going to have an adjournment to discuss the reasons for refusal, do we need to carry on with this particular application under the circumstances? Now, have I covered everything that you would like me to cover, or do you want to say something else? Just a minute, please. Legal officer? It's very important.
Just sit there.
Yeah, just sit there.
Thank you. I would just like to ask all members of the committee to ask themselves whether or not anything that any discussions that they've had may lead to any question of prejudicial behaviour or an indication that they may have made up their minds already about the application. If you do feel that, if any member does feel that, then I would invite them to remove themselves from the meeting and not to vote in any decision. Providing that hasn't happened, we can continue with the motion that's been the movement that's been made and seconded, and we will have an adjournment to consider reasons for refusal. But it is very important that the committee is not seen to have made up its mind prior to the conclusion of all debate and consideration of the matter. And that's the only point I wanted to raise, but things became quite complicated, I think, in the short comfort break that has just taken place. And I just wanted to clarify that for everybody present, including members of the public. Thank you.
So, members, I'm inviting you to have a bit of common sense with whatever's taking place. We have to be seen to be non-prejudicial and to listen to all arguments, as we always have. Please be aware of what's just taking place, because the same thing could happen in the future, and it becomes a little bit embarrassing if we have to draw a line. Councillor Nulty, I am aware that you hadn't finished your preamble and discourse. Whichever, would you like to carry on now?
Well,
and do you have a comment on what has been said?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that you know, in a queue, you have all sorts of conversations, but mostly about having to wait so long. But anything that I said to anybody was only part of what had just been said in the meeting, you know, and therefore I don't think it made. Well, certainly no member of the public said to me, "You will vote against this, won't you?" or anything like that, or "This is a reason," or. So I don't feel I was influenced in any way whatsoever.
Please be aware that I don't want each member to go around and say, well, I don't think I've made any prejudicial comments to anyone and all the rest of it. Just use your common sense, as you always do. Councillor Oates, do you want to say something about what I've said on what's been said just now?
I was just going to say that I personally have only spoken to fellow councillors and not necessarily about this application. But if anybody has spoken to a member of the public about the application, I'm sure they could absent themselves from the decision making.
Thank you. Okay, so mindful of what has just been said, we will carry on with the application discussion. And it's Councillor Nulty to finish yours.
The only other bit that I've lost where I'm up to, but one of the main things is this 5-year supply that dogs us all the time. In a few weeks we will be dealing with Windyke, after which, if that goes ahead, then we will be well over the 5-year supply, and I don't know if we can take other things in the pipeline into consideration. I presume, I'm told we're not allowed to, but I just wonder, I don't know if we've got an answer to whether Mowbray Lane is in these figures or it isn't, but I feel that we're so close to the 5-year supply now that to pass something like this, which is quite obviously completely outside the settlement boundary, and there's lots of other reasons not to have it, I think it would be, well, wrong to pass this at this stage when we're so close to the figure anyway. I think that's all I need to say.
Mr. Evans is going to answer your query.
Thank you, Chairman. Yep, I think there's 3 points been raised there by Councillor Nulty. The first one is, in terms of this 5-year housing supply statement, is the Mowbray Lane site included within that? The answer to that is yes, it is. It isn't specifically mentioned because all that's mentioned in there is a schedule of those sites which will deliver houses that go beyond 5 years. Because the Mowbray Lane site is for 98 dwellings, it will deliver all of its provision within the 5-year supply. So those sites haven't been broken down. The table that you see is simply to show what percentage of the larger sites will contribute to the 5-year supply. Obviously that only relates to the site which has the outline permission. It doesn't relate to the second part of the site because we haven't had a decision on that yet. And for a similar reason, the Windyke Farm site, it wouldn't be appropriate to take that into account today because that has not yet had a decision. We have a methodology set out, and that methodology says that we will take account of sites which have been granted permission and sites which the committee have approved subject to the signing of a Section 106 agreement. So the decision to allow a site to be brought forward for residential development has been accepted in principle. And the final point is, are we close to a 5-year supply, and therefore should we give more weight to being close to this to the 5-year supply? My analogy there is one of a high jump competition. The bar is set at a particular height. The competition is to get over that bar. Nearly getting over that bar does not win you a medal. So I think that's the situation there. So yes, we are getting closer, but we do not. The test laid down in the MPPF is, do you have a 5-year supply or not? I think finally it's important to recognise that this is a fluid situation. We are constantly granting permissions, but houses are constantly being delivered, and so as well as new houses we will not get to a point where we can say we've got a 5-year supply and therefore we can now stop building houses, because at the bottom end of that supply, houses will start to drop off that supply. They will be built, they will have been addressed, and therefore we'll have a situation whereby we need to continue to approve housing to keep that 5-year supply going forward. It's not an absolute finishing post. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to touch on some of the other points that Councillor Nulty raised, there was a discussion about the scale of the development in the village and how it related to the Ray Green scheme. I appreciate the report is a little longer than perhaps you'd like, but that is covered on page 39. There's a section on the scale of development, and the second and third paragraphs include sort of as a percentage increase in the scale of the village. With this scheme and the other schemes, you'd get to a 12% increase of staining. If you compare that to the schemes that have been refused around Ray Green, each one of those would have been to between 15 and 18. The sizes vary between 25 and 50 dwellings. Added on top of the Richmond Avenue and other dwellings that have been built in that settlement. So whilst you've got a 12% increase in the settlement here, that increase is less than the lowest percentage increase that we've previously refused applications for in Ray Green. So there isn't an inconsistency between the two recommendations, is perhaps the point I'm trying to illustrate there. The second issue that I've got on my pad that you raised was relating to ecology, and it was said by yourself and I think by Councillor Pounder also that the current ecological situation is that this scheme will have an adverse impact on protected species. That's not the case. The position is more that the survey work that's been done to date and the assessment of that survey work by the council's advisors is such that they are not entirely satisfied that there won't be adverse impacts in the surrounding area, but there are ways that those can be mitigated, and it's more agreeing the nature of the mitigation as much as anything else. So it's not refusing this application because it's going to definitely take away habitat for geese and newts and other species. Is something that I would advise the committee against, because that's not the case. Talked about drainage also, about whether SUDs work. Well, they are something that the government advises should be used as a preference in terms of draining sites. This is a site that naturally falls towards an existing ditch that then runs away from the settlement and provides the opportunity for providing sustainable drainage ponds and swales and the like to hold water on site to release it into that ditch at a controlled rate. And I've already said about the works that's been done to improve the flow of that ditch by the applicant in recent weeks. Then there was discussion about open space and there not being any play facilities on the site. The policy doesn't actually require play facilities to be provided on the site. It requires areas of open space to be provided, whether that's play, landscaping, amenity. In this case, we're talking about an outline application only. We're not talking about the layout of the site, so there could be areas of play provided on the site. But the way that it's proposed to be dealt with at this stage is by a financial contribution to improve the existing facilities, which is just over the road and down a bit, just off the plan here, but not a million miles away, and providing, sorry, it's on the plan, isn't it? Because it's here. Yeah. And providing a crossing of chain lane to improve access to that. So again, if there's a suggestion about refusing the application on the basis of it not providing any open space, I would advise the committee against that. The final aspect I wanted to talk about was the final one I talked about in the presentation, which is the education. Councillor Nulty suggested that there wasn't capacity in the local school and there wasn't capacity in the schools around it. The Education Authority's assessment doesn't look at that. It looks at all the schools that would be within, in primary, would be within 2 miles of the site. So they're not definitely saying there isn't capacity at Staining School. What they're saying is there isn't capacity at all the schools around it to accommodate the children from the existing properties, sites with planning permission, and this site. And there is an accepted methodology in the local plan for the council to deal with that. So that may be an indication about the level of services that are available in the village, but on its own, I don't think it's something that we should be taking as a reason for refusal on that basis. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Radcliffe. Right, that said, I still want a proper debate about something here that is often pushed to the side in my view. We have statutory authorities reassuring us about flooding issues, about highways, ecology, etc. And that's despite the concerns expressed very eloquently by the residents of Staining. However, it's strange, isn't it, when a statutory authority also admits there is insufficient capacity in the system to provide children with an education. It's okay. It's not a reason for refusal because it complies with policy CF2. It's very curious, really. When you gave your list of services which related to sustainability, there was a Freudian slip there, because of all the things you mentioned, you never mentioned the school. And I thought that was it wasn't on, because I listened. I was listening for it, and it wasn't on the list. And that's because there is no guarantee that the local school or any other school within 2 miles, is it as the crow flies, by the way? The reason I ask that is I went from Staining yesterday, drove to St Chad's by road, 2.3 miles. Takes about 15-20 minutes, probably more than that during a busy time of the day. The point I'm making is that, of course, flooding and highways and ecology issues are extremely important issues. But for me, we're talking about here the life chances of children. We're talking about their future and the future of our communities, because they are the young people. And if there is so much uncertainty about where these children are going to receive their education, then it surely must give us some cause for concern when we are building houses. Because you see, for me, the school is one of the centres of any community. And if we are realistically looking at sending children to other parts of the file to receive their education, we are undermining the social cohesion of our very communities. Because what we're actually seeing now, row upon row of houses with children coming out of the door, all wearing different uniforms because they can't attend the local school because there are no places. Or sometimes, to be fair, because they choose to go to other schools, which is their choice if places are available. We're talking, I know, only about 11 children, which doesn't seem very much, but it's the basic principle here that we've got to try and uphold. I know we are talking about CF2 and paragraph 72 of NPPF, which allows us to secure financial contributions. And it's almost like, well, if we have £130,000 to spend, it's okay then. But we don't know, quite rightly. We do not know where this money is going to be spent or how it's going to be spent. I can tell you now that £130,000 might scrape you a very cheap classroom if you're lucky. It might actually pay for a teacher for 4 or 5 years. But it won't pay for both. Where will the classroom be built? Where will the extra accommodation? I know these are LCC issues, but they're pertinent to our discussion too. If you've got a classroom there, will you be able to afford to put a teacher in? If you've got a teacher, will you be able to afford to give them a classroom in which to teach? So all of these are real considerations. You know, we talk about traffic problems in Staining, and if we're not careful, the residents of this particular development could well be having to get in their car, taking their children to Poulton and Wheaton and transporting them for educational reasons. And they're all going to be going down Mill Lane, I suspect, or one of those very narrow roads with narrow passing places. I know, I used those roads for 14 years. They're dangerous roads. They're not suitable for high levels of traffic. Now, I know also that when you discuss and when we discuss possible reasons for refusal, we have to be very careful, because many of the concerns that we have expressed today have not stood up in appeal tests. And the likelihood is that you refuse, the thing then comes to appeal, gets granted, costs awarded. That's the thing that's haunting us on this committee. But I have to say that I have to speak passionately here about the educational aspect. That if the statutory authority, LCC, is saying there is insufficient capacity, we have to really question, is this an appropriate development? But we have to be very careful how we actually put our reasons, because otherwise they will be found out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. I'll start with a question. In the transport, or the response from Highways, it pointed out that in terms of the accessibility score, the train frequency from the nearest station should only be counted if the station's within 1 kilometre. Is that the case?
The methodology that I've used, which is from the RSS, doesn't necessarily say you shouldn't, but it's something that when we've looked at other sites, sort of we've tried to apply a bit of common sense to it, and said that if the school is so far away, then yeah, you don't do it.
Sorry, not the school, the train station.
Yeah, sorry, if the train station is so far away, I'm on to the next question already. Right. If the train station's so far away, yeah, then you might discount the score achieved for having a regular service from it.
Right, so that score that it's got that contributes towards the accessibility has got a score of 2, which gives a total of 26, and if the Highways are right and we shouldn't count that if it's more than a kilometre away, then that brings the score down to 24, which still leaves it within medium, but it's less than it is otherwise. Unlike the Highways response, the response from United Utilities, although not surprising, I could actually read it out to you in full, and it would probably take me about 20 or 30 seconds, which I think is just ridiculous. Again, we've been let down. We've got a total of about 10 lines of a response for something as important as this, and the rest of the response, which is almost about the same size, is promoting their services and how you can pay them for stuff. So I mean, that is just a totally inadequate response as far as I'm concerned for something that is probably the main, or one of the 2 main issues on this application. So if we decide that we aren't refusing this, then I will definitely be backing what Councillor Oates said earlier on about a deferral, because I think that the response from United Utilities is just totally inadequate, and that's one of the reasons why I would want a deferral.
Just to perhaps clarify that, the comments in the report are not the exact words of the United Utilities. It's a summary of the main points that they've raised.
Sorry, Chair, I'm reading the response as available on the planning portal here.
Sorry.
And the letter contains about I've counted them, there are 10 lines about drainage. So your summary is actually probably longer than their response was.
Can I just get back to Councillor Odes and Councillor Duffy there, because we've not had an official deferment. Am I leading towards, are you suggesting that you are proposing a deferment and seconded Councillor Duffy? Councillor Odes?
Can I say that you'd had the refusal moved, and I was happy to test the refusal and the reasons, and I've seconded it to see how that goes, but I wonder whether a deferral would be better, because there are so many questions still waiting to be answered on this application that a deferral may very well be safer. And if Councillor Duffy is seconding that, then that's another option for you to explore.
Well, you know, I always take the deferment vote first, so Councillor Duffy, are you seconding deferment? Sorry, just a minute. Obviously the reasons for deferment are fairly clear. I understand you wanted a site visit and reasons to look at the obvious questions that we've got.
Yeah, I mean, my preference would be to, I don't see, since the deferral hasn't actually been proposed yet, presumably the debate will continue after we have a vote on Councillor Pounders.
I think Councillor Odes is suggesting, Councillor Duffy, that she is proposing a deferment. Could you just outline it again, please, Councillor Odes?
What I said was I was happy to second the refusal, and that I would want to also move a deferral if that fails, so that we can defer the application to get further information and also to have a site meeting.
Fair enough, thank you very much.
So yeah, I mean, the proposal for refusal is on the table. As yet there isn't a proposal or a seconded proposal for a deferral. Presumably if we have the vote on whether to refuse the application or not, depending on the reasons put forward, then the debate will continue. If in the continuation of that debate Councillor Odes does propose a deferral, because at the minute she's just given notice that she would do, then I would be happy to second it at that point, but it hasn't been proposed yet formally. As far as I understand, Councillor Odes was just saying that she was indicating that she would do that. So my preference would be to investigate and have a look at the reasons for refusal, and if we have a vote on that and it isn't carried, then at that point we can decide whether there would be a deferral or not.
Councillor Fydler, followed by Councillor Brickles and then Councillor Ackroyd.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just remind committee that following the determination of the Mowbray Lane application and the reasons that the committee gave for refusal, it was agreed that the procedure was lacking in the sense that the reasons for refusal were perhaps not the best reasons for refusal. And we have introduced a new protocol which says that if in a determination of what is usually a countryside application, that there is a mover and seconder for refusal which is contrary to the officer's recommendation, knowing the consequences that occurred and followed the Mowbray Lane decision, where this is extremely large costs were awarded against this authority, the new protocol says that if a refusal is moved and seconded, this committee defers the application for a subcommittee of members with the officers to go and consider in detail the reasons for refusal. When you listen, and that's what connects the two together. So you've had a mover and seconder for refusal. The deferment simply is part of the new protocol where we do defer to the next committee meeting the reasons that we have confidence and we want to seek robust reasons for refusal.
Councillor Fydler, can I just come in there, please, and if you just don't mind a minute. Councillor Fydler is referring to protocol which is being discussed at present. Now, it hasn't been accepted. It's still in the process of dissemination. And I accept what you're saying, Councillor, but probably half of the members here have not even seen that. So, although it's still in the melting pot, what you said has been discussed with Councillor Odes and Councillor Nolte as representatives, and myself and the Vice Chairman. It hasn't been accepted. It's still in the discussion.
If I may add to that, several meetings ago, after the meeting was complete, we did discuss this concept of having some form of protocol introduced. It is in the pipeline. It hasn't gone through Cabinet, but I think we can all be pragmatic around this table to appreciate the sentiment of why we want to change the protocol. And I think it would be positive for the Chairman to accept that in this instance where you have had a mover and refusal and seconder for refusal, we do defer to consider those reasons for refusal.
Are you proposing deferment for that very reason?
I am moving deferment for that very reason.
Councillor Odes, are you prepared to second that deferment for that very reason?
If it's felt that's the safest way to deal with this, I'm quite happy to do that.
Under the circumstances, I think it's a far more sensible approach to defer it so that the proposer and the seconder and anyone else for that matter may come up with reasons for deferment.
For refusal.
For refusal, I beg your pardon. And the other reason that's been intimated is a suggestion that we need a site visit. Councillor Redcliffe, would you think a site visit is needed, or are we quite accepting what's going on?
No. I mean, I would say particularly, pardon? I mean, I'm open to a site visit if people feel that that's going to provide them with more information. We have been to Stainey before on other site visits, twice I think, and most of the time people have felt they've been beneficial. So I'd be open to it. So I would suggest it. Yeah.
So we've got the reasons for deferment, members, and there's a lot of people who want to speak.
I only gave a clarification. Can I just continue?
Just a minute.
Can I withdraw my proposal to make it easier?
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
If I withdraw my proposal in favour of a deferment and a site visit, I think that would be better in the circumstances to ensure that we've got all the reasons that we need to be able to take this in the direction I think it needs to go.
And of course the deferment is for the reasons to look at the refusal reasons, to make them robust so that, as it's been suggested, that we don't have the embarrassment of an inspector coming along and telling us that we're on the wrong track. Now,
Chairman, can we
just a minute, Councillor Brickles and Councillor Ackroyd, have you got anything to add to what's been said, please? Councillor Brickles.
In light of what's just been said, I think I'll keep my question to the next time it comes to the committee, because it is just a question, and I think we've danced around this one quite long enough.
Councillor Ackroyd, have you got anything to add?
It's only a question of...
Perhaps ask the Councillor Nolte, do you want to add anything to this, please?
I just wanted the legal view, clarification on what we're actually legally deferring for, because I think the picture is a bit confused here. I think part of it is to defer for a site visit and answers perhaps from Lancashire County Council about education, etc., and part of it is reasons for refusal, and I'm not sure the two really go together if we're having a deferral. I'd like the legal officer's view on that.
Chairman, through you, it's been put by Councillor Trevor Fiddler that the matter is deferred for consideration of reasons for refusal, and that's been seconded by Councillor Odes, as far as I understand. That's the position. And then there was discussion about whether or not there should be a site visit also, a deferral for a site visit, which would presumably be held prior to the next meeting.
Well, I'll second the site visit. I mean, we want to look at this properly and give it credence so that we're not prejudicial in any way. If it's a robust reasons, fine. If they're not, well, we'll have to look at that as well. So, hang on. Councillor Duffy, do you want something to add, please?
Yeah, can I just ask that we have a proper response from United Utilities during that period as well?
Yeah.
Councillor Duffy, we want responses for quite a number of... yes, Mr Evans?
Chairman, just to clarify the situation, there's been a series of issues raised by the committee in regard to concerns that have been expressed. And those would appear to be effectively some heads of terms, for want of a better phrase, to discuss around whether such matters will be sufficient to represent a reason to refuse the planning permission. And the areas that have been discussed are the scale of the development and its impact upon the village, the fact that the proposal is contrary to policy SP2, and the impact of that, the extension of the village on the urban form of the village, potential impact of the development on ecological matters, flooding, highway safety, the lack of education places, primary education places, and the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. Those are the issues that have been discussed this morning stroke afternoon. If the matter is deferred, then clearly those are the issues which would need to be clarified, and the consideration given to whether those issues individually and together represent sound reasons for refusal. If there's anything else that needs to be considered, we really should discuss it at this stage, in my opinion, to allow a full exploration of all the issues.
Just to add a couple of technical things onto Mr Evans's list. If there were to be reasons for refusal, at this stage we don't have any Section 106 agreement in place with the applicant, so there will be no mechanism in place to deliver the education improvements referred to, the open space improvements referred to, and the affordable housing. It would be usual that those would form part of a decision notice of reasons for refusal on an application of this nature, to allow them to be in front of any inspector or any other for future decision maker.
Chairman, can I just further add, if that's okay? Would it be possible just to check with the proposer and seconder of that deferment, who you referred to the reasons for refusal? The proposer for refusal had actually subsequently withdrawn the reasons, so the original proposer of that refusal now doesn't stand. So I think it would be safer, because of all the areas that have been identified, you've proposed and seconded deferment, to look at all the issues that Mr Evans has identified, and I think that then covers all the areas that the proposer and seconder were concerned about, and doesn't overcomplicate it by making reference to the refusal.
Together with the site visit?
With the site visit, sorry, yes.
Well, that sounds very common sense. You've heard what's been said. Deferment vote now, please. All those in favour of deferment, please show.
I think that is unanimous.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Okay, we're dealing with item number 2 next.
Mr Chairman and members of the DMC Committee, as Chairman of Steyning Parish Council, I thank you very much for your decision on deferment, and I applaud that decision on behalf of all the parishioners of Steyning. Thank you very much.
Personally,
Are you sitting in, Councillor? Yeah. Okay, members, I'm conscious that it's getting close to lunchtime. We'll try and get this application done before lunch. There are 4 speakers after the initial introduction, and we're ready.
We're not had any reasons for refusal.
All right, members, right, we're ready to start, please. Jessica Ashworth, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Ashworth. I'm a resident of Wharton Village and Vice Chair of the Neighbourhood Planning Subcommittee. I'd like to make some observations, and I would ask the committee to consider when discussing this application. Planning for local need. There are 14 similar properties for sale currently, and more than 50 permissions in the pipeline, including Marconi, which you are discussing later. Some of the 14 have been on the market for some time, and Meadows View properties adjacent to this site are being offered at a reduced price. The applicant makes claims in respect to the enterprise zone. It is now generally acknowledged that this is unlikely to produce the level of employment or the demand for housing envisaged in the preferred option. BAE have also presented to yourselves that there will be no net increase in employment. The applicant's transport statement appears to be outdated and does not reflect reality. The applicant uses, as the crow flies, statistics to justify accessibility. As far as I'm aware, I can't fly. Therefore, these calculations are invalid. Wharton has limited basic services, no health services, dentist, bank or post office, and limited shopping facilities. The nearest are in Freckleton, which the applicant claims is in walking distance. But it clearly is not, so the majority of journeys will be by private vehicle. The officer recommendation is for a footway along Harbour Lane from the southern boundary to the northern boundary. This does not appear to have been included as a condition. Disappointingly, there is no objections from United Utilities, and despite the view from the Environment Agency, Wharton has well-known problems with water levels and surface water that both have failed to address for some years. The system is inadequate even for the current volumes and are poorly maintained. The cumulative effect of Meadows View and 9 acres will exacerbate the problem. The applicant accepts that their development may have an indirect impact on some trees. All the mitigation aspects offered are caveated by where possible, offering little confidence. I note that the issues regarding the variation of mitigation licence for protected species has not been addressed. Furthermore, Natural England states that the LPA is obligated to assess and consider the possible impact on the protected species habitat. This does not appear to have been done, which should be a material consideration when determining this application. The planning application for Meadows View included the provision and maintenance of a wildlife area currently being used to store building materials, and it was a fundamental reason for approval. However, there is now a planning application to build a further 13 houses on this wildlife area. All the concerns raised are identified as being rectified by the developer in the form of 17 conditions. As you know, evidence suggests conditions are not often met. This does seem a lot. The officers and the committee know there is widespread concern over the number of applications currently being submitted for developments within our village. This is one of 6 currently outstanding. A number of statements made by Councillor Fylde, portfolio holder, and Alan Oldfield, chief executive, regarding no weight should be given to the council's preferred options document and it being no green light to developers. However, in the office's recommendations it states this site is in the preferred option and should be considered when determining this application. Wharton should not be seen as a dumping ground to achieve your 5-year housing supply. We care about what happens to Wharton and we want to retain a village status and not be turned into an SLD. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tony Guest, please.
Hello, my name is Tony Guest. I live in Wharton and I'm objecting to this development because it's outside the village boundary and in direct conflict with policy SP2. The officer's report makes it clear that the application must be refused unless there are material reasons for overriding SP2. The officer proposes that the preferred options document is material both in setting the overall borough housing need and the location of development sites. There are at least 3 reasons why it's not. First, it's not based on a locally derived housing need number as required by the National Planning Policy Framework. It's based on the old RSS figure of 306 houses per year that was handed down as Fylde's share of a wider regional figure. Although vigorously defended by the Planning Department, this figure has no special merit. Just before the RSS, the Joint Lancashire Structure Plan specifically looked at what they thought Fylde could and should sustain and came up with 155 houses a year. In the last 6 months, the portfolio holder and council leader published a figure of 195. The final number will certainly change the plan significantly. Secondly, the preferred options document can't be relied on for development location. It assumed a very limited amount of housing development at Windyke Farm during the planned period, and it's since been accepted that this site will be able to deliver at least 1,000 extra houses. This will have a substantial impact on the distribution of development around the borough, including Wharton. Thirdly, it can't be relied on because of the consultation response. The preferred options document bore no relation to previous options put forward by the council. In particular, its proposal to define Wharton as a strategic location for development with a requirement to absorb 1,160 houses. The response to this proposal was very substantial and overwhelmingly negative. It's inconceivable that this level of consultation response would not lead to significant changes. So we can't rely on this document to show that there is a shortage of development land. We can't even assume that it shows the development sites that will be included in the final local plan. On the critical matter of 5-year supply, we've already established that the RSS figure is the wrong basis. But you should also know that the supply number is very sensitive to assumptions. In March 2012, they said there was a 1.5-year supply. In November 2012, they said it was 3.5 years. In March 2013, it was 3.1. In December 2013, it was 4.5, which is where it currently stands. In the case of the Queensway site, with permission for 1,150 houses, only 200 are included in the 5-year supply calculation. It's mad and it's wrong. The fact is that there are well over 3,800 permissions out there already, and the 5-year supply is secure. Wharton itself is already in receipt of permissions amounting to a 20% increase in the size of the village. I submit that the officer has not demonstrated a material case for overriding policy SP2. The application should be refused. What we also need to do is to establish a proper housing need figure and put it out to consultation together with evidence. We need an agreed number urgently to plug the leak that allows bad applications through on grounds of 5-year supply. Thanks very much.
Thank you. David Thompson, please. No, I beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon. Sally Wright, please. Looking at the wrong numbers up there.
Hi, good afternoon. I've been asked to make representations on behalf of the vast majority of Wharton residents. You will be aware that Wharton residents have made significant representations against the preferred options, and the parish poll held last September showed 98% of those who voted were opposed to the scale of development in Wharton, or proposed for Wharton. As a direct result, the council officers and elected members have made it absolutely clear to developers and residents at every opportunity that the preferred options document is not a green light for development and that it carries little or no weight. Marconi's proposed 258 houses and the 66 houses on Meadows View already mean an increase of 20% in the size of Wharton Village. The officers have clearly stated in other applications, previously Ray Green's at Northview Farm and Stainings today, that 14 to 18% growth is the maximum a village can sustain. Wharton Village is already increasing by 20% without any further planning permissions such as this, and we do not believe this is sustainable. In discussion with some Meadowview residents last week, many said they weren't aware that this application was being recommended for approval here today. They said they'd objected but had problems using the online system. They said when they bought their properties they were buying into a village and were told that the 66 properties would be the extent of the development in the area, at least for some considerable time. Residents also said they believed there was little point in attending the DMC to object, as they felt the council were not listening to the views of residents or indeed that of their parish council. The site is not directly adjacent to the establishment settlement boundary. I think that's already been mentioned in Mr Guest's presentation. It's next to the Meadowviews development, which in itself is outside the boundary and significantly not shown on the map accompanying the agenda. I notice up there there's a white blob. Officers say that this development is an enhancement when compared to neighbouring residential developments, which clearly could be taken to mean Meadows View, which itself has more than 34 bedroom detached houses. In addition, to our knowledge, there's been no community consultation by the developer to our knowledge as required for developments of 10 dwellings or more. I acknowledge that this is a relatively small scale development in the scheme of things. but I would respectfully ask committee members to seriously examine this application given the mixed messages that are contained in the officer's conclusions and recommendations. So I just wanted to quickly run through some observations which I'd respectfully ask you to look at today when you're looking at this. Policy SP2 is designed to restrict development in countryside areas and to preserve its rural character. New residential development is clearly contrary to this policy. In this case, officers have set aside Policy SP2 on the grounds that within the preferred options document, the application site is part of the Wharton strategic location for development where provision is to be made for 1,160 dwellings. The officers say, therefore, that this is a material consideration in the determination of this application. Yet this is clearly contrary to public statements made by the portfolio holder, the Chief Executive and Mark Evans that the preferred options document carries little or no weight.
You've had 4 minutes. Can you conclude now, please?
Okay. Just going through it, there's some other statements around comprehensive development.
Can you conclude, please?
Okay, I'll just hand this round and you can have a look at it while you're debating.
Thank you.
Can you pass that around? Thank you for listening.
Steve Broughton, please. It's on the speakers, isn't it?
Yes, could I just ask that the latest plan, drawing 02, which shows the development in context, could that be offered up? That's the one. Thank you very much. Yeah, as I said, I'm the architect for Wharton Developments, and I'd just like to say a few words regarding the design of the scheme, because in regard to planning policy, I think this has been thoroughly explained in the planning officer's report. The design for this small-scale development, we believe, is very sensitive to the setting, and the barn-style homes are well set back from the northern and western boundaries. The total application site area, which is the red edge you can see there, is 2.7 acres, of which only 1.9 acres is utilised for the development of the 13 homes, which gives over 3/4 of an acre, 30%, given over to tree, shrub planting, enhancing the existing hedgerows and creating a much enhanced and protected area around the existing pond with extensive grass and wildflower meadow planting. This is fully documented in the client's ecological report done by his consultants. The proposed development utilises the existing, recently upgraded vehicular and pedestrian access off Harbour Lane. In terms of the development itself, very briefly, the first house, seen alongside the existing house, would propose and provide a nice visual gateway to the courtyard of houses. The remaining houses off this new access way face the enhanced green area. And I think that's very important. Facing that way, this provides a more rounded off view of all the existing development which was mentioned previously, as it screens all the new back gardens of that development. In summary, we feel this small development of these houses offers a modest, sustainable and restrained design approach and would complement the range of houses on the adjacent site. And I do believe that the frontages are a preferred option when speaking to planning urban designers who would much prefer, as you're driving into a village, rather than presented with the usual 6-foot Waney lap or timber fence, that you actually have a robustly designed edge. And that is my main point, that we're giving an edge to a development which just currently abuts green space. We're not just giving an edge to the built form, we're actually giving an edge to the surrounding landscape, and thereby concludes my architectural description. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you could switch off the microphone, please. Thank you. Mr. Atherton.
So to try and get an idea of the other type of developments in the area, this is Harbour Lane looking south from the site entrance. On the other side of the road you have existing residential development. On this side of Harbour Lane you have the development currently under construction by Taylor Wimpey. This sort of detached housing on the other side of the road. And then within the site itself, that's the hedgerow at the site access at the frontage looking northwards. We've got a view from within the site itself looking towards the rear of the new houses erected at the Meadows View development. And then the type of containers within the site at the moment. Further down, that's looking to the rear of houses within the Meadows View development. And the type of greenhouses within the site. Then we have the pond within the application site. And the existing dwelling at 9 Acres Nursery, which would be retained. So we have Harbour Lane, the existing development under construction by Taylor Wimpey, Meadows View, and the proposal is for 13 houses around the access road with the pond retained, the existing dwelling and a wildlife meadow that would allow wildlife, great crested newts to travel to go towards the other ponds in the area. In terms of the design of the houses, there's 3 different house types within this proposal. They're all 2-storey, 4-bedroom dwellings. This is another one of the house types with the garage at the front and to the side. And another one of the house types with full windows at the front, full height windows. So under the adopted Fylde local plan, the whole of the application site is outside of the settlement boundary of Wharton, and the land is allocated to the countryside under policy SP2. This policy restricts the majority of development to preserve its rural character. New residential developments contribute to this policy, so it's important to assess whether there are any other material considerations that would justify overruling the policy objection. So work is advancing on the replacement local plan. The Council has published and consulted upon its preferred options for development, and within the preferred options the application site is part of the Wharton strategic location of development. So this is a material consideration in the determination of the application, but the weight to be attached to it depends on the stage of the process towards adoption and the number of objections received in respect of it. The National Planning Policy Framework retains the requirement for local planning authorities to provide for housing land equivalent to at least a 5-year supply, and we've heard this morning that on the most recent figures the Council now has a 4.5-year supply. So the guidance in the National Planning Policy Framework is relevant, and this is a strong factor to be weighed in favour of residential development proposals. If a scheme is considered to deliver sustainable development and not have any adverse impacts that would significantly outweigh the benefit in housing supply, the guidance states that planning permission should be granted. So looking at sustainability now, the site is situated within walking distance of the nearest shops and social facilities on Harbour Lane and Lytham Road. It benefits from existing access to the highway network and is in close proximity to the cycle network on Hillock Lane. So there is potential for the additional residents that this development would accrue to bring economic benefits to the nearest shops. and it's not seen to be harmful in terms of visual, ecological or landscape features of note. So whether taken on its own or considered as part of the wider development, it would constitute a sustainable form of development. With regard to the design of the dwellings, the application proposes a mix of 3 different house types, all 4-bedroom properties and 2 stories in height. They're all detached with traditional E-levels and pitched roofs, so it's not considered to be out of character with the neighbouring residential development. The proposed layout also reflects the character of neighbouring residential areas to the south and east, with the properties fronting the street and private gardens to the rear. The layout is linear in nature to reflect the layout of the site and surveillance of the pond. In terms of neighbouring properties, with regard to neighbour amenity, the layout has been designed with the side-facing elevation of plot 1 being 15.75 metres from the rear of this house, which exceeds the council's preferred distance of 12 metres. And further down into the site, the relationship between the rear elevations of the proposed development and existing houses, the distance between them is 24 metres, which exceeds the council's preferred distance of 21 metres for overlooking. In terms of access, the existing site access used by the nursery would be utilised. The hedgerow at the front is set back, so there's adequate visibility to the north and south. Lancashire County Council have suggested the applicant fund a new footpath to the front of the development on the west side of Harbour Lane. This would be achieved by condition 16, which relates to the site access and works of highway improvement. In terms of public open space, the layout plan indicates that a significant amount of the site is devoted to open space, and this will need to be maintained, so a condition is proposed, number 5, to secure the long-term maintenance of the open space. The application is supported with a Great Crested Newt survey, which includes an investigation of 5 ponds around the application site. The assessment found Great Crested Newts in one of the ponds to the north of the site, but there were no newts actually found within the pond within the site. So this proposal includes provision for the creation of a newt mitigation area, and the statutory consultees with an interest in ecological matters have not objected to the application on this basis. The application is supported with a flood risk assessment. A revised flood risk assessment was submitted to discharge the surface water runoff rates at the surface water runoff at greenfield rates rather than brownfield rates to ensure the flood risk off-site is not increased. So the Environment Agency have not objected on this basis. In terms of the issue with regard to consultation with Natural England and the licence previously being granted for works in terms of protected species, Great Crested Newts at this site, that licence would have to be amended, so we're awaiting a response from Natural England on the likelihood of that amendment to the licence being granted, and the altered recommendation on your late observation sheet is to authorise delegation of the application to the Head of Planning and Regeneration once we receive that confirmation from Natural England.
Mr Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few points just to cover, if I may, please. I think one of the points that was raised by the speakers, and no doubt will be subject to discussion, so not wanting to preempt that, is the issue about the status of the preferred option document. The site, as has been mentioned, is shown within the Wharton Strategic Development Area, so it is shown as being for potential development. That in itself is a material consideration that needs to be taken into consideration. However, the question that needs to be asked is how much weight should be applied to that. And as Mr Atherton has said, there is a number of objections to that particular aspect of the policy, and therefore the weight to be afforded to that is limited. because of the status, until those comments that have been received are addressed and the council has decided how it wishes to respond to those, the weight will be limited. So it is a material consideration, but the weight is limited. There's been also comments about comprehensive development, etc. I think on here that there is an issue that this is a relatively small development. It is for 13 dwellings. It's part of a wider development site, and as a proportion of an increase in the scale of the settlement of Wharton, it is much reduced in comparison to some of the other areas. What you need to bear in mind here is that the established settlement hierarchy sets Wharton at a higher level than the other villages that we've been discussing. And then finally, just to clarify that condition 17 on the agenda paper refers to in accordance with condition 17. Obviously that's an error, and I understand that should apply to condition 16.
Councillor Brickles.
I've got quite a lot to say on this, I'm sorry. A lot of it's been covered actually previously, but the summary of the officer recommendation, in light of what Mark's just said, can I ask the officer to clarify then why we're being asked to grant this? Because if we giving little weight to the local plan preferred options, it also states that it's immediately outside the village boundary. It's already been stated it's not. It's outside a development that this committee allowed to go ahead that was outside the village boundary. If this was actually a standalone development, it's way outside the village boundary. And I'd just like you to just clarify for me now your summary of your recommendation, because questions have been asked and I'd like you to just clarify it before I move on.
Just a point in terms of the village boundary. I don't know how clear it is from this plan, from the local plan proposals map. The site itself is in this area here. The settlement boundary does come on the east side of the road, up to the southern corner of the site, so it's just separated by the road.
Across the road, is the village going to sort of across the road? So you can just zoom in a bit and show us how to make it difference.
So you have the settlement boundary coming up to here, where the house is I showed you on the other side of the road, and then you have the 9-acre nursery site that's the subject to this application in here. So it's just separated by the road from the settlement boundary.
It's on the opposite side of the road.
It's on the opposite side of the road.
A settlement that's outside the settlement that was outside the settlement.
But it adjoins it apart from the road at that point.
All right. Yeah.
Can
you clarify, what was
the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to, or to delegate powers to grant planning permission to myself, subject to resolving this licensing issue in regard to the great crested newts as a protected species. What I was saying earlier is that the weight to be attached to the preferred option is limited. There are other material considerations that need to be taken into account in coming to a recommendation. So in regards to those other issues, including the 5-year supply situation, those all point to a grant of planning permission.
Right, I just want to make a comment on the last application. Liz made the comment that she wanted to know what happened to the rest of the fields. Well, I think you've got your answer on this recommendation. Plus, the land that's empty to the left of that has actually got another 13 houses proposed for it, hasn't it? Which we're not considering today, I understand that, but they are in the system.
The current application.
Yes. Yes, yeah. I'll just find my notes. sorry everybody that I've waited so long to speak, you know, you lose the plot. Yeah. I would like to, I know that we've already covered this, but I would like to look on page 35 to Andrew's recommendation on the previous application, where although it only clarifies what Mark said, it just say that the replacement local plan document is at such an early stage that it can only have limited weight in the determination of an application. Now, the statement on this and the statement on that are both on the same agenda, and at an appeal I would imagine that the discrepancy between the two statements could actually be used against us, you know, because we're not even aligning within the actual agenda that we've been given today. So, and I think I'll leave that now. Actually, I'll let other people talk.
Thank you, Councillor Fylde.
Thank you, Chairman. Clarification of some of the policy issues that have been raised. Let's start with the status of the local plan preferred option. I disagree with the report, and if you turn to page 17, the second paragraph, where there's a statement that because it's identified in the preferred option, it's a material consideration. It doesn't go on to qualify in the written report. A clarification has been made by Mark Evans, but in the written report it doesn't clarify the amount of weight you've got to add to that preferred option document. My opinion, which I've rehearsed publicly, as the two speakers, female speakers, have said, is that I attach extremely little, if no weight, to the fact that it's part of the preferred option when we haven't even dealt with the consultation exercise yet. Secondly, the issue of the SP2. Just to remind members of this, well, I don't think I need to remind members of this committee, but members of the public, SP2, Settlement Policy 2, is Fylde's policy in terms of protecting the countryside. And this was in place and used effectively and was a means whereby Fylde as a local planning authority could protect our countryside and green fields. Subsequent to the new planning reforms and the national planning framework, SP2 is a redundant policy. You cannot use it. And on the occasions when we've tried, and I think we can all recall Queensway, Mowbray Lane, Hollywood Nurseries, Ray Green, every instance where we've tried to use SP2, the local inspector has thrown it out and said categorically it is redundant in the face of an MPPF. I think one of the speakers, Tony Guest, made a reference to the fact that the RSS figure of 306 houses per year with all the other tag-ons with backdated and so on is a redundant figure in itself, because we should be using our own locally determined figure. I have to clarify that situation, and I'll ask Mark Evans to make further clarification. But in terms of dealing with the 5-year supply figure, we still have to continue using the RSS figure of 306 houses per year. When it comes to the locally determined housing need figure, that will be part of the local plan, and that will then go in front of an inspector and be examined in public. Subsequently to that, that figure will become the figure we use in determining the 5-year supply. So I'll just stop off at that point because I want Mark Evans to clarify that position. I think it's very important.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, there have been a number of appeal decisions, not just in this authority, but across the country, that have assessed competing assessments of housing need. The general position is that until a locally defined housing figure has been the subject of an examination in public through a local plan, then the inspectors are generally taking the previously considered housing figure. In our case, that is the regional strategy. The regional strategy plus the backlog in delivery over that period. There have been a number of appeals considered recently within this borough where competing methodologies have been put forward for consideration by the inspector. The inspector has inspectors have accepted the position as put forward in the housing land supply statement that this council has produced, and obviously updates on a regular basis.
So, if I can continue, Chairman, I think it's obvious to most that the government are now using the 5-year supply figure as the boss policy, and overrides every other aspect. And all morning you've listened to people with concerns of flooding, sewerage, highways, and these are of no significance when it comes to the government insisting that you will deliver houses. And the 5-year supply policy is the one club policy that ensures and allows the government to succeed in making local authorities like ourselves deliver the houses that the government want. When I look at the application site, to me it is part 2 of a application that we approved several years ago. And perversely, I have to say, when the original application was approved, this was prior to the National Planning Framework and was actually in contravention of SP2, and SP2 could have been used to refuse this application. But that is all in the past, it's history. I now look at this site and in a very pragmatic, practical way saying it is phase 2 of an existing site for an additional 13 houses, and I can find absolutely no reason for this to be refused, and I move approval.
I will second that.
Okay, we've got a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Nolte.
Well, I was going to go on and on and on about the differences between the officers' reports and this idea that we're using the preferred options document, and I think we really need to make a very firm statement that the preferred options document at very most has very limited weight, and I'm not happy with that, with this officer's report where it makes it a material consideration, full stop, and is one of the major reasons for moving approval for it. And that's the way I've read it, and I'm sure that's the way other people have read it. It is outside the settlement boundary. I disagree with Councillor Fylde, who I know is much more knowledgeable than I am, but I think SP2 is still one of our major policies. The reasons why it's been overruled is because other things that we've put forward haven't had enough weight, and the reasons for refusal have been weaker than they should have been. But once we've got the 5-year supply, which hopefully, and I've been saying this for about 3 years now, hopefully we'll have soon, I think SP2 is still a very relevant policy, and it's only because, so it's not a redundant policy in itself, it's just that everything else is wrong. I would just like to know, in the other application that we've just dealt with, we had the accessibility study, and it says it's close to shops and school. Well, we know there are not many shops in Wharton anyway, but how far actually is it to, how sustainable is it, how far is it to schools, shops, etc.? And I'd also like to know about the density on this site. It strikes me that this is 13 properties for a reason, and that reason being that Section 106 agreements only kick in after, is it 14? Yeah. So could it be denser, and could it, you know, it's all 4-bedded properties or whatever. Are we wasting our, if we're building on our green fields, are we wasting that land by allowing these? Somebody just mentioned that there's another one for 13 coming in. Are we going to allow all our green land to go for larger properties when we could have slightly denser developments and gain 106 agreements? And I think that's it. If anybody would like to answer me on on the other one. And really, the developer said that this will be an attractive edge to the built development. Well, surely all we needed was a hedge against the other one. We don't really need another 13 properties. That's just an opinion.
In terms of the layout of the development and the density, it has been designed to retain the pond and a significant amount of open space to benefit the development and the wildlife. So that's why it's been designed as a low density scheme. In terms of the distance to the nearest shop is a convenience store on Harbour Lane, which is 500 metres to the south of this development.
And the school? And the school?
I haven't got the distance for the Holy Family is the nearest primary school.
So it is a low density development. Sorry. So it is a low density development.
It's under 30 dwellings per hectare, so it's a low density.
Do we know what the density is?
It's 26 dwellings per hectare.
Okay.
And we work within parameters of 25 to 32, is that right?
Yeah, just in terms of the density that was considered by the local plan steering group in taking forward the preferred option, the discussion there related to having a minimum density of 25 dwellings to the hectare. So it's obviously within that parameter. Obviously, notwithstanding all the other issues I've said earlier about the weight to be attached to those policies.
Councillor Oates.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I've got to reiterate what my colleagues have said about the officer report, which in the summary actually states the preferred options for development in Wharton, that this site is in there. It obviously isn't, and I think that this has to be stopped now because it is very, very misleading and it causes upset. So can we have an assurance today that we won't be seeing any repeats of this again? I would also make the point that we have made very definite statements in the newspaper that we will give very little weight to the preferred options document, and we did that after a meeting in the Chief Executive's office because of the fact that developers are jumping in, particularly in Wharton, to try and get their applications determined as quickly as possible before the preferred options document is agreed. And to me, and you know, I have to say, to me, this is an abuse of the system. And I thought we'd more or less given a reassurance to the people of Wharton that we would look at this very, very carefully. So this, to me, is a little bit of a slap in the face for the Wharton residents, and I feel very sorry for them. We've heard from Councillor Fylde that we've heard all morning that from residents. Well, yes, we are hearing from residents. We're hearing from residents because they're so concerned about what's happening to their communities. And we're not just hearing about flooding, we've seen photographs this morning, and we've also over the last couple of weeks been watching the news every day looking at flooding in Somerset. And I think it shows the stupidity of government policy. It shows the fact that the Environment Agency are paying lip service to planners when they say we will withdraw our flood risk objection because a developer is saying we'll stick a holding tank in. It isn't good enough. It isn't good enough what's going on at the moment. And just sitting here every month wringing our hands and saying, well, what can we do? It's government policy, is not good enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep going on about this, but I'm getting so frustrated that I think that it's time we did something about this. We need to get a policy in place which will protect the towns and villages which we represent. It needs doing, it's overdue, and the sooner we get it done, the better.
We all share the sentiment that Councillor Oates has made and repeatedly makes, and we all make that sentiment and emphasise it. But this debate is occurring through every community throughout the land.
And if we don't shout about it, the government will just sit there and do nothing.
Every authority is shouting from the rooftops that this is wrong.
Right. Thank you, councillors. We'll carry on with the debate. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just, 2 or 3 years ago that we approved the adjacent development here for 66 dwellings with the full support of the Parish Council. There was no objections from anywhere. It seems to me here that we're looking at a site which part of it is already developed. I think it will complement the village. It's not often that we get a full, complete application with all the details, well designed. Yes, it is slightly lower density, and I think, just as has been said by Councillor Nolte, it's designed to fit the policy, but we created that policy and we knew that this sort of thing would happen. Nevertheless, it is a good scheme, it's well landscaped, it makes a very satisfactory edge to the village, and I would have thought, if you look at it from a pragmatic point of view, rather than rehearsing all the issues which are possibly more applicable elsewhere, then I think this will complement the site, and bearing in mind that the previous adjacent site had the full support of the Parish Council, I'm amazed that they're not supporting this one similarly. So I really feel that the man in the street in Wharton will find, I hope, that this will complement the development rather than anything else. And I think this small development on the edge of the larger one is very much in Wharton's interest, and I'm very happy, as I have done, in seconding it.
The proposal is the recommendation be amended to delegate powers to determine the application to the Head of Planning and Regeneration subject to a satisfactory response from Natural England. We've got a proposer and a seconder. All those in favour of the application, please show.
Just check with the proposer and seconder, you're happy with that wording? Yeah. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Abstains? 1. That's been carried. We're going to have lunch now and return at about 2:15. 2 o'clock. Okay, members. Due to circumstances at the last application, I did not formally welcome Councillor Clayton to the table. Welcome to the table, Councillor Clayton.
He's helped refuse his first application.
Sorry, Chairman, I should just add to that, if I may. Councillor Clayton is now officially acting as a substitute for Councillor Peter Hardy.
Thank you. So we're dealing with item number 4 first, and please pay special attention to paragraph 3 on page 54.
Item 4.
Yeah, okay. But yes, item 4, and it's the full. There's no speakers now.
Okay, yes, thank you. Item 4 on the agenda is the one we're looking at now, which is on page 53. This is an application for the erection of 2 dwellings at Hastings Point. You recall at the immediately previous meeting, we discussed 2 applications on the site, one relating to a variation of the legal agreement associated with the affordable housing to replace the requirement for on-site provision with the transfer of the quick save site and a sum of £300,000. The other was to swap 10 apartments on the site with 2 detached dwellings. Both applications were supported, and the council's legal team have been in discussions with the developers' solicitors about the necessary legal mechanism to make all those things happen. As part of those works, it's come to light about an issue of site ownership and the boundaries of the site. The legal agreement requires all owners within the whole site to be signatories to be varied. That's something that's going to be logistically difficult. So this application is represented. This is the application for the 2 dwellings with a recommendation which seeks committee approval to approve it subject to a 106 agreement that delivers the same benefits. So essentially it's the same outcome as was approved at the last meeting. It's just a different mechanism of delivering that outcome. We have also progressed. There was a discussion last time about the payment of monies and transfer of land and how that was phased with the delivery of the dwellings. That has been clarified in this resolution to be before the commencement of construction of any of them, whereas previously there was an opportunity for them to agree an alternative phasing. But recall the committee's will was very much to get the money and the land first, so that's reflected in the revised recommendation on the papers.
I will move the recommendations.
I'm happy to second that, bearing in mind that all we're doing is just dealing with the legal correctness.
Councillor Oates.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to ask a question. I have written to John Cottam. I haven't had a response. Have we done a housing needs survey in Lytham and St Anne's? And if so, do we know what the need is in Lytham?
Separated.
Chairman, there's not a specific housing needs survey for Lytham itself. There is the generic study, which we did a desktop exercise, which had a figure of somewhere in the region of 164, a need for 164 per annum. The strategic housing market assessment has done a bit more work on top of that, which has given us a figure of 207 per annum, and approximately 2/3 of that need is required in the greater Lytham St Anne's area. So that's as low down as an assessment that is drilled as deeply down as we have at the moment.
Chairman, can I come back, please? Can I ask then that this committee in some way asks that a housing needs survey be done for Lytham and St Anne's? And the reason I'm asking for this, I'm not trying to be difficult, but every time this comes to a committee, we are refusing affordable housing, social housing, whatever you want to call it, in Lytham. And we know there is a need. Now, it's going to get to a stage where it's going to be too posh to accept social housing, and that cannot be right. It isn't a good way to carry on. And I think if we do a survey and we see the need, it will give us something on which to argue. So that's a request, please, if this committee can deal with it. If not, I'll go elsewhere and see if I can get it done in some way.
Chairman. Just a minute. Can we have a housing survey need? I know we're sure we can break it down as such.
Well, I think I've explained the situation. There is a housing needs survey that demonstrates that there is a housing need. I'm not sure what another piece of documentation would demonstrate over and above that. That's something that we would have to refer to our strategic housing team, obviously.
Councillor Oates, if you speak to John Cottam and I speak to John Cottam, then I'm sure between us we'll be able to manage to get a breakdown of the needs. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can I say it is important?
Yes,
because when a developer is making an argument to shove social housing in St Anne's, then we cannot argue the need if we don't know what it is.
Yes.
If there is need in Lytham, then a developer should not be able to get discharge of its responsibilities by saying, I will push it in St Anne's.
Yeah.
I think it's bad planning. I think it's bad for people who do need social housing, and it's bad for St Anne's to keep taking Lytham's share of everything. So I do think there's a need. I hope that we can address this so that in some way in the future we have got a figure which we can hang our hat on.
Yeah. I don't want to be revisiting the previous application because that was the main point of the argument against. So, Councillor Fylde?
Simply to say that strategic housing is part of my portfolio, and it was rehearsed at the last scrutiny meeting last Thursday. While that specific item on the agenda was for the rural areas, there still a gap in terms of Lytham St Anne's, and that work will take place.
Thank you.
Councillor Nulting.
Chairman, I did speak to John Cottam after the last meeting and an argument with Councillor Eastham, and he assured me that he has the figures broken down for Lytham and St Anne's, and that if I emailed him he would give me the breakdown, and he said there is definitely a need in Lytham. and he assured me of that. So those figures are there. They might choose to use them all together because that suits what we're doing, but there is a definite need actually in Lytham, he told me.
Councillors, on your behalf, let us ask Mr Evans to ask John Cottam to email us with the published information. Is that okay?
Prior to this meeting, I did.
Can we take the vote now? Yes.
No, the negotiations that have taken place since the last meeting have moved on quite a long way, and I understand that the legal agreement is virtually ready to be signed. It's just we need to have the necessary committee authority to be able to do so. So the legal agreement is, it's
not likely to change the mind again.
No, I would imagine, and I can't second guess that, but I don't see why they would have gone down this road so well.
Legal officer?
Down the road before we got to this point.
Chairman, thank you. Just to confirm.
Right, proposing a second. All those in favour of the recommendation? Anybody against? 2. Any abstains? 1. Thank you. We're dealing with item number 6 now, leaving number 5 for the time being.
Thank you.
No, if Councillor Clayton is going to substitute for Councillor Hardy, he has to be on the numbers.
Okay, ready to start.
Yes, this is an application at Wharton. There was a previous outline application, a hybrid proposal which granted outline approval for residential development on British Aerospace land and a full approval for the means of access. So the site, you've got Lytham Road here, so the site is south of Lytham Road, Mill Lane here, British Aerospace buildings to the south, Pool Stream to the east and residential development to the east. That's the current entrance to the site from Lytham Road. and then within the site itself looking north back towards Lytham Road, and then close to the site entrance looking east to the adjacent property, which is Silverdawn Day Nursery, and again close to the site entrance looking at the adjoining properties, which are bungalows to the west and back towards Lytham Road. Within the site itself, or adjacent to the site, is Poole Stream, and this shows some of the, this photograph is looking towards the boundary with Poole Stream. To the west of the site is Mill Lane, and this gives an indication of some of the surrounding housing. And there was previously an access from Mill Lane which is gated and bollarded off, so that's the route through to Mill Lane. And the site, as it was following demolition of the industrial buildings on the site, with hard standing on it. So the current application is for the reserved matters approval of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. It's for 258 dwellings with a mix of mews houses, semi-detached and detached houses. Typical elevation of some of the smaller semi-detached houses. And then the larger detached houses as well. So the proposal includes 26 two-bedroom affordable houses, and they would be situated throughout the site in locations on this boundary to the west and to the south as well. The scheme also delivers significant areas of public open space. In the centre of the site, this would be laid out as a formal space with areas for play. At the north, there's entrance landscaping. To the east of the access road, there's informal grassland planting, as there is at the southern end of the site as well. In addition to the landscaped access route through for pedestrians and cycles to Mill Lane. So the principle of the development has been established with the granting of the outline application. In terms of the design and scale of the dwellings, there are a range of styles varying between 2 and 3 stories. The neighbouring residential developments, some are single storey but principally 2 storey, and there are commercial buildings nearby at British Aerospace which are of a much greater size. So it's considered that 3 storey dwellings are of an acceptable scale in this location. Amended plans have been received following negotiations between ourselves and the applicant's design team in order to improve the layout and cluster certain house types together in order to add characters to the development. So this is principally around the prime nodal points, such as around the open space and prominent junctions. The layout follows the road hierarchy due to the nature of the site, and it's proposed to have tree-lined roads amongst some of the main access and distributor roads into the site, and also along the main access road to the enterprise zone. In terms of affordable housing, the Section 106 agreement on the original outline approval required 10% affordable housing provision. So this reserved matters application proposes 26 affordable houses, all 2-bed, 2-storey dwellings, and these would be dispersed in 3 locations throughout the site. There is demand for 2-bed affordable housing in this part of the borough, so this is considered to be an advantage of the scheme as it will help meet the demand. In terms of the open space, the scheme proposes a play area within the open space in the centre of the site. It's also proposed to develop the landscape pedestrian cycle link to Mill Lane and significant areas of other landscaped open space dispersed throughout the site towards the north, east and south. The centrally located play area is a benefit as it's easily accessible and overlooked by a number of dwellings. The Parks Department have been consulted on the open space provision and they've raised no objection to the level of provision. The Council's playing pitch study for 2003 found no projected deficiency in pitch provision for Wharton, and the Council's open space, sport and recreation study found no deficiencies in parks and children's play areas in Wharton. In terms of highways, the main access road has been approved, and the Highway Authority raised no objection to that. So this development forms an important part of the wider enterprise zone and will enable the early delivery of the access and infrastructure to the regeneration area. The site's not within an area at risk of flooding according to the Environment Agency flood risk map, and the Environment Agency themselves are satisfied that the proposal will not be at an unacceptable risk of flooding. It's proposed to divert some of the existing surface water drains within the site that would outfall into Poole Stream. So your officers consider that this development is key to the delivery of the access to the enterprise zone and will assist in the regeneration of the area. It delivers affordable housing, on-site open space, vehicular access and an appropriately designed layout, so it's recommended for approval.
Just reduce it, please. Right, just before I open it, first of all, to Councillor Brickles, and yes, I've seen Councillor Oates. A couple of things to state on this. First of all, it's already got outline planning permission for 240 houses. If you don't like this scheme, please don't put forward refusals. If you don't like the scheme, the sensible thing would be to ask for a deferment. Bearing in mind that this is for 258 houses. Now, when we looked at this original scheme, one of the crucial elements that we put forward was to have a fairly reasonably sized central green area. As you can see, number 3, the central area, it's as big as a large garden. It's not even a field size. Now, just to the north of that particular location, number 3, there are 6 houses. Now, to my mind, 258 take away 6 is not a lot to take away. And I don't know if there's anything wrong with number 2 or number 4, the areas of greenery. That could be perhaps used for those 6 houses. I will now throw it open to Councillor Brickles. There are 4 green spaces, one in the north, which is very small, 2, as you can see, which is an elbow shape, 3 in the centre, and 4, which is at the south. And I would have think number 4, you know, so I'll open it to Councillor Brickles, because I'm sure she's got something to say.
Can I correct the report, because it says that the 106 agreement under the outline approval required 10%. It did not. It actually required 30% at this committee, and the 106 agreement was then renegotiated. But that's just a point that I noticed. Can I know that you showed us the 2-storey houses, the semis and the detached. Can I have a look at the 3-storey houses? Yeah. And can you highlight on the map where they will be? Because that is very important.
If it's near the bungalow.
Yeah.
That's one of the types of 3-storey. That's another type of a 3-storey.
Very narrow.
The principal locations will be along the frontage of the side with the access road.
That's the buildings that you're talking about on BAE. They're along the back of the site. Along that frontage there, you're looking out over bungalows across the dyke into Freckleton, and you're talking about putting 3-storey buildings. Plus, they are exactly what you've just said. They're on the frontage, and they set a precedent for Wharton to be filled with 3-storey buildings. There's nothing in that area that is 3-storey. In fact, the bungalows. If it had been at the back of the site where the huge hangars are, then perhaps, but I object quite strongly to those 3-storey where they are. Yeah.
Yeah, there is separation because of the proposed access road. There's a road in front of the 3-storey houses that sets them back as well. There's the landscaping and pool stream, and then the gardens of the rear houses.
No.
This bank to pool stream is already benefits from mature landscaping. You're going to get next to nothing in the way of the view of the back of those gardens.
Can I just say that the officer, I don't know when he last went to the site, but the site has been totally cleared. There's no mature landscaping left. There is a fence, a 6-foot-high fence. They've ripped down every tree, because I've had a lot of Freckleton people actually ringing me to say what on earth are they doing to the trees. They've all gone. The only landscaping is in the properties of the houses, and if they haven't got it, then... But like I say, if it was... I've no objection to the 3-storey, but they need to be across the back, where they're at the back of the site and they're actually near the highest part of the buildings. But I'll move on now. I'm on to the open space. 2 there. As you've said, that is going to be a main access road that's going to take it's going to take at least 3,000 cars on a morning and on a night, and they are BAE's figures that I've recently got from the gates that they'll be closing to get traffic in there. Now, I lived on the main road. You've just shown my bungalow, my old bungalow, and are you suggesting that people can actually go across that road and children can go across there to play? And as well, as part of the area, the work that they've done already, that is actually just a huge mound of earth. I don't know whether they're planning to flatten it.
Yeah, there are landscaping proposals for that part of the site. What this is designed to do is to try and take advantage of it's adjacent to Pool Stream, so that open space would try and take advantage of its location being a natural environment next to Pool Stream.
Yeah. Again, though, we're talking about 258 houses. How many children will actually be on that site? There's nothing in the village anywhere near that site for them to access. And if they want, just to kick a ball around or anything, they're first to negotiate the main road, and it will be a main road. It will be very busy, equally as busy as the Lytham Road. And I find it difficult to believe that that's acceptable. But I would also like to go along with what the chairman said. The central area on the first plans that Brian with Wharton Parish Council saw was a lot different to that. It was a substantial central area. They actually compared it to the green at Ray Green. They said it would be a lovely area for people to sit and do whatever. And I'm really disappointed with that. And I'd like to make comment on the fact that in the report as well, who's the parks officer that's made comment that...
Mark White.
So it's just put, the open space provision looks fine.
That was the response, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's wholly inadequate as well when we're looking at a development of 258 houses, that we can't actually come up with a better response for that. But, I'll leave it at that for now and let other people debate.
Councillor Woods.
A question, please. The officer in the report has said that they consulted parks, and in relation to parks and open spaces, there's no problem. Now, is that as things stand now, or is that taking account of extra development?
Councillor Knowlton.
I just wanted to I'll comment on that bit in a minute, but I wanted to ask about this bit about the 258 dwellings as opposed to 240, and the comment from the Highways Authority that says that no more than 240 dwellings should be occupied prior to the completion of the Spine Road. And it just seems, you know, why bother for 18 properties? What difference? Or have they got that figure wrong? Because it says, in order that the traffic generated by the development does not exacerbate unsatisfactory highway conditions. You'd think the number there would be a lot less than 240. I just wonder if they've got the figures wrong.
Just as a point of clarification.
If I can just carry on, I totally agree with Councillor Brickles that 3 stories in that location, you know, we used to talk about the street scene, and surely this would be a completely different, you know, from one side of the road to the other. The street scene just wouldn't match up, and those 3-storey properties would be far better at the back of the site than at the front of the site. And I also think that somebody needs to speak to the parks manager and say if he's going to give a report, can he actually make it look more professional than this one looks. Looking fine doesn't seem to relate to anything at all. You know, it should relate to the amount of space or what there's space for or something. And I just think that's totally inadequate.
I'm just having a look at a front elevation of one of the 3-storey buildings. While we're waiting for that, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. It was just, we did discuss this morning about the number of units per hectare, and we talked about it being, where does this sit within that at 42 units per hectare?
It's 33 dwellings per hectare this year.
So it does say on the map that it's 42.
On which map, sorry?
On the map on the plan, the one that you had up. There's a box at the top right hand side that gives details of the houses. And
well, I've worked it out as 258 dwellings divided by the site area, 7.82 hectares, gives me 33 dwellings per hectare.
So the plan's wrong then, because it specifically says that it's density units per acre 17, units per hectare 42.
Just correct me, I thought we were looking at densities of between 25 and 32 in Fylde Council.
Well, that's why I'm querying it, because I'm on the planning portal at the minute and pulled up the associated documents, and the plan that you've got up there had up there on the screen with the layout. In the top right hand side it has the different house types and total square footage and gross site area in acres of 18.71. and density units per hectare of 42.
I'm just guessing, I think it's whether to include the spine road and various landscaping on the far side. I don't know, but those could be the differences.
That's an interesting point, Councillor Duffy.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say...
Sorry, are you finished, Councillor Duffy?
Yeah, that was it. It was just it seemed rather high.
Councillor Ackroyd.
It's just that
In terms of the densities that we quote in the preferred option, they are minimum densities. The densities can go up to in excess of that. So obviously, if we had a flatted scheme in the centre of St Anne's, you would be up into potentially the hundreds of dwellings per hectare.
Can I just remind members that we've already approved 240 houses. So we're looking at, it's a good query, Councillor Duffy. So we're looking at these 18 properties. We've already given outline planning permission for the site to have accommodation. It was outlined for 240. Now, I mean, Mr. Evans will probably tell me you can go up as high as... just a minute. Mr. Evans is going to say something.
Chairman, yes. As Mr. Atherton said earlier, the site's got outline planning permission. There was no condition indicating a maximum number. There was no reference in the description to a number of dwellings, so it's got outline planning permission. As Mr. Atherton said, the supporting statements with that looked at a potential site of 240 units. So there is no restriction. Now, the top and bottom of this is that obviously we've heard debate this morning about a 5-year housing land supply. The more dwellings that we can accommodate on a site in an acceptable manner, the less that we need to find elsewhere. Will be my view of those issues.
Mr. Evans, I'm sure we all appreciate that. It's Councillor Duffy, followed by Councillor Brickles.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make really is that the density is relatively high, and if we have concerns about the amount of green space, then we could have a bit of additional green space while still keeping quite a decent density.
Which lends the argument to what Councillor Brickles and Wharton Parish Council have been putting forward.
Can I just say to Mark actually that Wharton as a whole supports this application. We're fully aware that it's on a brownfield site, it needs developing, but just to say that as housing need means that we have to accept anything is wrong. We don't have to accept anything just to get to the housing need figure. Now, I'm going to move that we defer and that we go back to the developer with the points that have been made today, which I think are very relevant, because whilst Wharton are quite happy to accept the 258 homes, they quite willingly accept it, it must be right for Wharton. And the positioning of those 3-storey properties, in my opinion, is not right, and there's been a lot of people shaking their heads around the table, and the open space is not right. And I think we should just, you know, until the next EM, just go away and have a look at the area again.
Just to confirm, Chairman, I didn't say that any development, come what may, was acceptable.
Right, we've got a proposer in a second. I'll just outline what I think you're looking at, if you don't mind. Defer in order for the head of planning to, in consultation with chair and vice chair, and I think probably add local councillors as well, to renegotiate the size of the open space in order to enlarge it, and to check on the location of the 3-storey houses. Do you want to add anything to that? Are you quite happy with that?
I just want to look at the layout.
Well, I think in order to look at the layout again. Clearly we want a really good, I think most people in here appreciate the fact that this is quite important to Fylde and to Wharton. We don't want to lose, I mean, we've already got outline planning permission, we want it right. And whether if it comes back to us, the biggest problem of course is Councillor Brickles, is if Barrett's, I think it's Barrett's, the developer, won't be considerate. So we've got to bear that in mind, but we will hope that they listen to what we're trying to steer them towards. Okay, all those in favour of deferment, please show. That is unanimous. We're now going to jump another one before we go back to number 5, and we're going to items 8 and 9. Now, before Mr. Evans does his spiel, can I just say, first of all, that Fylde Council doesn't have a lot of clout on this particular issues. This is on about a scoping opinion. I actually have read it. I got hold of it yesterday. It took me 2 hours to look at. I've gone through it very thoroughly to look at if all the procedures are correct and that the organisation that's doing it is doing all the right things. And you may be interested to note, I'm sure, although we're not having a debate about the pros and cons of shale gas, that they are in fact going to use mains water supply. So Mr. Evans is looking at items 8 and 9 together. It was the Roseacre site I looked at. And then we'll have 2 separate votes. And the vote, by the way, will be about the recommendation, which is on page 94 of the first one, and the recommendation on page 103 for the second one. Okay, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. There's 2 submissions for consideration, and as the Chairman says, these are not normal planning applications in that they are applications to Lancashire County Council upon which Fylde Council has been consulted in regard to a scoping opinion. So the County Council will provide the developer with a scoping opinion, that is, the content of an environmental statement to accompany 2 planning applications. The 2 sites in question, because the issues are very similar, I'll present them in regard in a combined manner to avoid repetition. 2 sites in consideration. The first one, item 8 on the agenda paper, is application 1489, and that is a proposal in this area at Roseacre Wood, at Roseacre Hall Farm. So here you have, just zoom out, sorry. So Roseacre road coming down towards Walls in this direction. Basically, HMS Inskip is this area just off the plan here. So that's the location of that site. The other site is off Preston New Road. So this is item 9 and application 1490. Preston New Road. In this direction, you go to Peel Hill, Peel Corner, and White Hills. In this direction, back towards Kirkham. Just in regard to this particular application, a matter of clarification in the late observation schedule is picking up that the proximity of these properties here, which are barn conversions, so there are 9 properties in this location here, and then there are other properties in this location here to the east. So that's picked up in the late observations. I've not got any photographs of this site because this is not to consider the merits of the application, but to consider the contents of the scoping report. The scoping report is quite a comprehensive development. There's one for each of the sites. And what this is seeking to do is to address those issues which should be included for further consideration in an environmental impact assessment. It's important to note that there will be, I do know of sites, for example, where environmental impact assessments have been carried out and then it's been concluded that they shouldn't proceed towards an application. However, presuming that they do proceed towards an application, the environmental statement that accompanies that application, or those applications, would address all of these issues. At this stage, as the Chairman said, this is a scope, so it's not saying what the impacts will be, it's saying what should be addressed. I've reproduced the table that looks at the impacts that should be assessed. And the topics that they've looked at are air quality, archaeology and cultural heritage, greenhouse gas emissions, community and socio-economic impacts, ecology, hydrology and ground gas, induced... No, that's excluded, Chairman. Induced seismicity, land use agriculture, landscape and visual amenity, lighting, noise,
resource and waste, site management and site monitoring and management, traffic and transportation, and waste water resources. As the chairman says, this is going to be supplied by, proposed to be supplied by Mains Water. The areas that they have specifically said that they would exclude is electromagnetic interference, microclimate, and subsidence. So, having reviewed this document, as officers, I am satisfied that the issues which are addressed in here are satisfactory to be included in an environmental statement. It's important also to add that that does not mean that if an item is not examined in the environmental statement that it won't be examined at all as part of the planning application. It's just those things that statutorily would need to be included in an environmental statement. The recommendation to the County Council is that in regard to both these applications, that Fylde Council accepts the scope of the proposed environmental impact assessment and no further information is required to that set out in the scoping report. I would add that all the consultation on these submissions has been carried out by the County Council, and some comments have been forwarded direct to the Fylde Council. As part of our response to the County Council, I would propose that we forward copies of those responses that we've received direct. I have nothing to add, Chairman, unless there are any questions.
Just before I bring in Councillor Brickles, Odes and Nulty, please, this isn't a debate today about the pros and cons of shale gas extraction. Okay, fine, that's okay. I'm saying that because this is to look at the scope or the ARUP impact assessment and to see if anything has been missed out, and if you think it's been missed out, to give that reasons. Now, when I read the document last night, it took me nearly 2 hours to read. I was checking all the time to see if everything looked all right, and bearing in mind that I attend all the meetings and go to all these various things that Quadrilla put on, I couldn't come up with anything new. But if you can come up with something new and you want to add to this, please do it. Councillor Brickles.
I have been inundated by requests from residents, etc., about this scoping document, and naively I thought that I'd got the gist of it in here. And I was looking for the things that the residents are highlighting as missing in here. Now, mine is a complaint really, because I do think that you're asking us to vote on a scoping document that we've not seen, that was not attached to this agenda, and that we didn't even have a link to. And I, like you, was aware of it last night and spent from 8 till 10 reading it, because it is a 98-page document that's quite difficult to read and get all the information from. And that document, actually, one of the things residents had talked about and complained about was noise and light impact in the Westby one, with it being in such a rural area. And in that document it says that it's part of the scoping report. Fylde Council will be looking into it. But I do feel we shouldn't be asked to make a decision. No, Fylde Council have been asked to do a report on the noise pollution. It says in the scoping document. But what I'm saying is, I would have liked to have known about it some time ago, and I would have liked it to have been attached to this, because I'm quite busy and I don't have time to trawl websites looking for things like that. And then the next thing I'd like to say is that on page 103, the recommendation, I'd like to just clarify what Mark's already said about that. The recommendation be as it stands, but that we request that LCC add Foxwood Chase and Staining Wood Cottages to the scoping document, because they're most definitely not highlighted in there and we need to look at them.
Just ask you, Councillor Brickles, you mentioned about lighting and noise. Well, I mean, I understand that lighting and noise has been looked at. Is there anything else which has been excluded that you think should be in this scoping document?
No.
Now,
but that was my point. The residents.
Can I, on your behalf, Councillor Brickles, if you just switch your mic off a minute?
Yeah.
The first thing I said when I found out about the document is that I know at least 2 or 3 people in this committee who want to actually read that document. They will accept what's in front of them to a point, but they will want to read the document. And I'm sure Mr. Evans will give you the actual email website so that you can all read it like I did last night. I only got hold of it after Monday. I did not know it existed. I spent an hour trying to get hold of it, and then I had to get in touch with Mr. Evans and ask him for directions. It just shows you how thick I am, doesn't it, really? So I actually got hold of that document, and I made sure that I read it to make sure, first of all, that I knew exactly what was there and that it tied with these things. But I've only read one document because I understand there are two documents. I've read the Roseacre one, and I would imagine the other one's slightly different because it has a different history and location. Councillor Oates.
Right, thank you, Chairman. Well, I have looked into this scoping document. The first point I'd like to make is that I believe that we should be consulting with the parish councils involved, because their views are important. And when we make a comment to the county council, as Fylde Borough Council, we're taken seriously. Now, I do think that to send anything in without looking and listening to the local town and parishes would be wrong. So I'm making a plea here to hold this up for a week or two until the parish councils have had a chance to comment, and that we receive their comments, because I know we don't have a duty to consult, and I know we are a consultee ourselves, but if we're making comments, we should do so with the value of comments from those that are actually going to be impacted on the ground. So that's a plea, and I do think it's something that we should take seriously.
Mr. Evans.
Chairman, yes, thank you. The consultation that's been sent to us is to seek the views of Fylde Borough Council. Separate consultations will have been sent by the county council to the parish councils, so they will be able to feed in their views separately, and that's the process. We are being asked for this council's views, not for us to pass on the views of other parish councils, etc. So, like I said, in terms of the consultation process, we are a consultation. We are just like a next door neighbour to a planning application for a residential, the residential extension. We're being asked our views. So that is the process that is gone through, and that's the reason why we haven't sought the views, because those will be sought separately by the county council.
I totally accept and did make that comment myself, but when I'm talking to somebody about something that is going to impact on them, I do let it influence my view sometimes, and I don't think there would be any harm in listening to the parishes to see if there's anything worthwhile that we could include there. However, I leave that to the committee. If I can go on to the scoping document, I am aware that this has been commissioned by Quadrilla, and it's being done by Arup. So you could say that the person that's paying is actually setting the parameters of the scoping document, and that happens to be the applicant. So I have note of that, and I'm told that anything that's not shown at this stage will be excluded. So I do think it's very, very important that we look at anything that may have been left out. There are some things within here I think that we should be looking at, and one is the land use and agriculture. It's number 2, and they appear to be proposing to limit the scope of the impact assessment to the land and soil of the drilling pad only. If there's going to be lateral drilling, there's an argument that the assessment of likely impact should extend to the whole of the anticipated drilling radius, not just the well pad. Because there could be a potential for methane and other chemicals to escape into land above the lateral fracked areas. So I would ask that we do actually make comment about that. Also on number 3, subsidence is excluded. Exclusion of subsidence from the list of topics to be impact on is surprising, and it suggests that there be no assessment made of the risks of the seismic induced subsidence to property. I think that really we should be asking for that, because there are houses around there and there are houses in Ellswick, and so I really do believe that we should be asking for the subsidence to be included. Then there's the community and socio-economics. I think really that they seem to be restricting the scope of the local socio-economic context to mean that they'll only assess the impact in relation to the immediate surroundings. There could be a case for a much wider socio-economic impact because of the impact on tourism. And I think that really Fylde, being an area of tourism, should very strongly make that point. So I think in respect of the scoping document, it might be that we ask for them to look at the socio-economic impact to go into the wider Fylde, not just Rosica. And then finally, the land use, 5.8.4, the proposed approach to assessment. Given that there's a relatively small footprint of the well pad and the associated access tracks, the spatial scope of the assessment is limited to the extent of the surface works associated with the site and the project, and this will limit consideration of the environmental impact to the well pad area only. There is an argument that can be made about potential for methane and other chemicals escaping into land above the lateral fracked area, so it might be safer to require the extent of the impact assessment to be the radius of the drilling area rather than just the well pad. Because if they're measuring for seismic activity over a much wider area, then you know, I think it's more than Rosica, let's put it that way. And I think that, you know, they shouldn't limit the impact on the land to any less an area.
Councillor Nolte.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I didn't know about this this scoping document, so I haven't been able to read it. But I was concerned that in the first bit of the officer's recommendation, electromagnetic interference. Immediately I thought of Inskip and how close that is, and I would imagine that is going to have an impact. I am concerned that it's near Inskip because we hear all sorts of things about what was and what is stored at Inskip, you know, the rumours and what have you. But I would have thought the electromagnetic interference was a as she says. If you listen to local gossip, but certainly electromagnetic interference, and in that way also subsidence, because again, local knowledge says that things were stored underground and what have you, and I would have thought anything that could result in subsidence would affect that. I was also concerned in this one. I did go to the presentation at Ellswick, and when I was there I was talking about the routes that the traffic would take, and I wasn't just told this one route, I was told there were 4 different routes that they were looking at. Now here it's saying that this is a definite, and I just wondered whether the scoping document will look at all the traffic routes or whether they will look at the other ones that they've had. And it was somebody from Arup that I was talking to, and they were saying that they'd identified 4 different routes, and one may be better, and I don't know if the scoping document will look at all those. Also, like the chairman, I was pleased to hear that the water will be from mains, but of course we can't forget that the flowback water will always be tankered in and out. There's nothing whatever you can do about that. The gas will also be going to a local main, I believe, but there will be a lot of traffic movements with flowback water and chemicals backwards and forwards. And that's all I've got to say at the moment.
Mr Evans?
Chairman, yeah, just in regard to those issues, obviously the traffic impacts and the water resources are all things that are proposed to be covered in the scope of the document. In terms of electromagnetics, there's a specific reference to direct discussion with MOD at INSKIP, so that is something that has been addressed in the document as well. In terms of the other areas, I mean, you've read as I have the impact on agriculture is something that we specifically asked to be included on the site out at Singleton, and that was an omission in that document, and it's been included in here. The subsidence issue, you can again see that the impact of subsidence is considered to be very marginal, if any. And obviously the tourism, so in terms of the wider socio-economic and community impacts, then yes, that's something I think that is we can specifically ask be examined in detail.
Councillor Speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, my head's still spinning because I actually live less than 500 metres from the proposed site as the crow flies between my house and Rosica. So it is very near my house. So when you're listing properties in the vicinity, can we make sure that, and I don't know what distance, a duty of care to residents around any specific site, but it's important that they're all looked after.
Certainly.
So I don't know how you'll go about that. I would have thought that within a certain radius of any well proposed, that all them properties, they need to have a duty of care by the applicant. The other one, the subsidence, they don't think that there's a need for that to be included, but as somebody who lives near the vicinity, I totally disagree, and I don't want to get in, not in my backyard, but it's very important because we're dealing with something that's a bit of an unknown, and I can't just understand why they wouldn't take that seriously and be part of this scoping exercise.
Chairman, just in regard to two issues there. First of all, the document doesn't actually identify who would and who wouldn't be taken account of. It says that all properties. So this isn't actually saying you will take account on this person but not on that person. So there's
observations.
Yeah. So it's a wider area. The late observations issue was just for clarification that there are some properties across the road. In terms of subsidence, what they say is that the size of the fractures created by hydraulic fracturing, the type of rock, which is non-porous, and the depth at which the fractures occur, several kilometres below the ground surface, that's 3.5 kilometres down, means that shale gas exploration is not likely to result in subsidence. Furthermore, there are no examples of shale gas exploration or production causing subsidence resulting in damage at the surface. So that's the reason that they've said that they wouldn't propose to address that. Now that is part, as I said, this is part of an environmental statement. That's not to say that as part of determining a planning application, they wouldn't be asked to consider those particular impacts. This is a formal statutory procedure to go through, and there are still other issues that could be assessed as part of that process. Yes, they wouldn't be part of the formal environmental statement, but they could still be addressed as material planning considerations.
Councillor Olds, have you got anything?
I've got to say, Chairman, I have visions of a big sinkhole and our house sat at the bottom of it, but they are...
Councillor Olds, have anything to add to what you've said?
Chairman, I've made several comments and I would like them including with our comments. The scoping document is basically from Quadrilla, and they are making comments, and it's for us to say, well, we hear what you say, we see what you say, but it's not extensive enough. I would like it to be as extensive as possible, because I'm told that anything that's excluded at this stage will not be considered, and therefore all the points I've made, I will ask formally now for them, I've got them here, for them to be included in our comments on the scoping document, because it is very important. If we don't make the comments now, it's too late later, and we really have to make as many comments as it's possible to do. So I hear exactly what the officer says when he talks of the scoping report, but it's Quadrilla's scoping report, and we're being given an opportunity to feed into it, and we should take every opportunity we have.
Right. Thank you for that. Those of us who actually attend a lot of the meetings and discuss and went to the ARUP-led consultation, put forward as many points as possible, and anything which has been missed out we welcome. And I'm sure I speak for Councillor Redcliffe, who always goes to that. We welcome anything extra on this particular item. Councillor Redcliffe, it's Councillor Clayton, and then yourself. Councillor Clayton, Councillor Duffy, and Councillor Redcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Currently, within the borough, we already have a committee which is chaired by Councillor Threlfall, and that committee has worked really hard to dig into a lot of the depth of things by consultation with various organisations, trying to come up with a consensus of opinions based on those details within the scoping document. And I'm just wondering if there's a mechanism available, in addition to the points that have been raised by colleagues around the table, whereby the committee themselves can actually make some representation to the comments that are in that scoping document, because it seems to me that not many people around this table have actually seen it, and that probably includes most of the people that are on the working group or the committee that Councillor Threlfall deals with. So I think what I'm basically saying is I think that group should have an opportunity to find a mechanism to have an input based on what we're seeing before us today.
Councillor Clayton, I think one of the reasons why we actually got these two items in front of us is because in the past we've actually made the statement we'd like to hear as much as possible regarding any applications. Otherwise, I think it would have bypassed us. Now, Mr. Evans might turn around and say, well, oh no, you would have got the information. I mean, personally, we're talking about a document as X number of pages. To do this properly, you all should have read it. Let's at least seen it and said, well, I'm going to read that, or I'm not going to read it, and you know, we should all have seen it, really. And as Councillor Clayton has come along and said exactly what is correct, the committee which Councillor Redcliffe and myself are on, and one or two other people here, we should have actually seen this before today, really, shouldn't we? That's the correct way of proceeding. You want to answer?
What about the relationship with the other committee?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, this document we are given 21 days to comment on by LCC. We've registered it as a planning application. It went on the weekly list of applications received. It's on the Council's website. The documentation has not been circulated any differently to any other planning application that's been considered today. Nothing to add.
So are you saying that if we don't respond today with what, particularly what Councillor Oates has said, that the Lancashire County Council will bypass us and no? Is that you saying no, Councillor Oates?
I have been contacted by county planning officers. I'm going on a site meeting in the near future. I am told it will not be determined by county probably before November of this year. It may possibly be done late summer, but it'll be November. So although I take the point about the 21 days, I'm certain that if we ask, that the county council would extend that period.
Thank you for that.
Chairman, I've spoken to the County Council as well. What they tell me is that that's the date for a likely submission of a planning application, not for the determination of a scoping report.
Yeah. I think, yes, I think that's probably close to the reality. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to back, well, not to say exactly the same thing, but to back up Councillor Ode's point on subsidence, Mark, you've kindly read out exactly what they say in the scoping document on page 31. They could just as easily have said on the next line about traffic and transportation, they could have said excluded traffic generation and vehicle movements won't cause any problem. I don't think we would have accepted that particularly. So the only mention of subsidence in the whole scoping document is in that one table that says what's included and what's excluded. So that, to me, is almost preempting whether they think there's going to be a problem or not. The whole point of the scoping document was to say what they think they need to look into. They're effectively saying they are saying basically that they think there's absolutely no problem with subsidence, no need to look into it at all, and I'm not sure that I necessarily agree. I'd like them to look at it and prove to us that there is no problem with subsidence.
Chairman, I'm quite happy to add that into a response to the County Council. The issue is the reason why it's not been addressed is because the impacts are seen to be so low. The whole point of scoping is to look at the things that are likely to have an impact. If it's unlikely to have an impact, there's no need to look at it. And that's the whole point of the process. But I'm quite happy to add those three wider areas that Councillor Odes has referred to in a response to the county on both applications.
Good. Councillor Redcliffe.
Yeah, I think the issue about subsidence sort of encapsulate a lot of the problems in terms of dealing with this whole area in terms of shale gas and everything else, because you know we are confronted with very, very technical issues. To some extent we are going to have to question, challenge, but eventually trust particular processes and companies, because we won't be able to directly monitor this. And when we come to subsidence, it's an interesting one, this, because what they seem to be saying is, on an evidence base, they could not justify looking at subsidence, because it states here there are no examples of shale gas exploration or production causing subsidence that results in damage at the surface. Now, they're entitled to say that, and they may well be right, but again, we don't know, and we are not the experts. Who are? And I think democratically it's our right to say that even if there isn't an evidence base that suggests subsidence is a particularly significant risk or factor here, we are still dealing particularly with our and residents' perceptions and their own anxieties, worries and concerns, even though they may not be founded in terms of scientific or technical evidence. And therefore I think it's quite right that we should be saying, if we feel that something in here is missing, and we'd like them to look at this, because in a way it might reassure residents and ourselves. It may be that they are absolutely right, but it's our role to be able to challenge. And so therefore I think, not just in this but in other things, it's quite right, even if the data suggests there isn't a concern, and they would argue therefore they don't need to take any requisite action, then it's still, I think, quite right for us to flag up those concerns and at least request that, as far as possible, those questions are answered. I think that's part of being in a democracy.
Councillor Fylde.
I share everything that Richard has said, and there's nothing to be lost by including these additional areas of perception and concern if the county will deal with them in the way they deal with any planning application. So when it comes to the 3 items that's been identified by Councillor Oates, I think subsidence is something that a lot of people are worried about. So let's include it. We're not losing anything by doing that. The other issue in terms of including the entire radius of the horizontal drilling. Well, the technicians and the engineers will tell you there's no problem. This is so many miles deep and it doesn't have any impact, but people are concerned. Let's include it. And this impact on the wider socio-economic aspects rather than the restricted one on the immediate parish or locality. Again, include it. I think it's not an exercise of exclusion, it's an exercise of inclusion, and I'd be quite happy to support those 2 areas.
Thank you.
So far, this is what I've got. Recommendation that Lancashire County Council be advised that Fylde Council notes the scope of the proposed environmental impact assessment, recommends the following be added: subsistence, tourism, community, social and economic impact. And added to the scoping report.
Over a wider area.
Over a wider area.
Chairman, in terms of what I've got noted down is the wider impact on agriculture, including the extent of the horizontal drilling area.
Yes.
The potential impact of subsidence.
Yes.
And the social economic impact is extended to include the wider area, in particular the potential impact on tourism in the wider Fylde locality.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, that was excellent. Thank you for that. Have you got all that?
That was actually that.
Councillor Oates, could you propose all that detail be added, please?
Yes, I'll propose that.
Councillor Fylde, can you second that, please?
I will do so.
Are we all happy with that? Now we're voting twice. It's virtually the same thing twice, but we're voting twice. Okay, sorry, Councillor Oates?
Are we doing anything about consulting with the parishes?
I think we maybe should.
Well, can I recommend that what's happened today and the document that they should be reading and any information be sent out to all the parishes? Mr. Evans?
I think the route to go forward with is to ask LCC to do that. I mean, it's their consultation exercise at the end of the day.
And we recommend that Lancashire County Council sends out the information forthwith, ASAP, to the parishes and town councils.
If they haven't already done so.
Could I suggest, Chairman,
Yeah. Councillor Brookhills, you want to speak?
Regarding the parish councils, again, I know that there's a lot of anger in the parish councils. When Fylde Council speak on their behalf without actually asking them whether they have to ask them or not, they're sort of, yeah, but when a response goes forward to, let's say, a government department like we did a few weeks ago in Wharton and Westby, the higher the authority, the more authority is given to that answer. And if Fylde Council are actually asking without consulting the parishes on what they believe to be issues, then that's like they're going above their consultation response. And I do agree with Liz that even though we don't necessarily have to consult, we should be consulting them. And I do know that LCC have not consulted them yet. No. They have no idea whatsoever.
Well, perhaps a preempting might be helpful.
Chair, I think by raising this issue with the county that they can address that matter. I disagree with the fact that different people listen to depending on how high up the tree you are. If someone makes a valid point, they make a valid point, no matter whether an individual or an organisation. As a professional planning officer, it doesn't make any difference to me whether somebody's got a title in order to listen to them.
Mr. Evans, could you, we'll deal with Rosica first. Would you read out exactly what you made the statement? I know it's going to take a bit of time, but I think reading out once and then we'll go to the vote on the first and then go to the vote on the second.
That Lancashire County Council be advised that Fylde Council notes the scope of the environmental impact assessment and recommends inclusion of the following additional topics: an assessment of the wider impact on agricultural activity, in particular the extent of the area above the proposed horizontal drilling, the potential impact of subsidence on the locality, and the socio-economic impact on the wider area, in particular the impact on tourism in the wider Fylde area, be included in the scope of the environmental assessment. And additionally, that the County Council be asked to seek the views of the town or the relevant parish councils in the locality, if they have not already done so.
To what? Could mention.
There's only two parishes.
Two parishes.
There's only two parishes which have been who should be receiving the information. Right, we've got a proposer in a second. Are you both quite? Just a minute. Are you both quite happy with what's been said, Councillor Odes?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Fiddler? Yes? Mr. Evans?
The reason I didn't name the parishes is that, for example, the highways go through other areas. There's no point in relating it just to the two areas where they're drilling.
Well, I'm sorry, Chairman, but I do believe that the two most impacted are going to be Westby and Trails, Rosica and Wallers, and those are the ones I was referring to. I totally accept Girkham's going to have more impact than most because they're going through our roads all the time. But, you know, we'll make our own comments. But I do think, I know Trails, Rosica and Wallers, and I'm sure that Westby are having meetings and they're very, very concerned. And I think it shows that we're listening to those two particular parishes.
Agree. Okay. Right, so we're going to vote on item number 8 first, which is the Rosica one, to accept the scoping document and in its additions as been outlined. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Now we're going to vote on item number 9, which is exactly the same additions, but of the different location, land north of Preston New Road. All those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll go back to what we've missed now.
No, it's those now, I think.
I never get one.
Oh, item number 5, it's, Trails in Rosica. Oh yeah.
Page 62.
Good afternoon. Right, this application, item 5, page 62, I'm told, thank you very much, relates to a property known as Kirkwood in Trails, sorry. Okay, have we got the page? Yeah. It's we see on the screen that it's It's one of a small number of properties located near the school, the church. I believe it was once the vicarage to do with the church. It's located in the countryside. You've got, if I just move the plan around a bit, you've got the motorway here, bridge over the motorway. Come in, and then obviously you've got, this is one of 2 detached properties down a shared driveway. The application on the agenda paper relates to works to a detached 2-storey outbuilding at the property that's partially under construction. If I show you a picture of the building, if you look on the screen there, that's the main building here is the application property. To the side of it is the building you see there is a 2-storey outbuilding, which that's not a brilliant photograph even by my standards, but you see it's got garage doors at the bottom, and it's got ground floor, sorry, and it's got windows at the front there above. Is that a slightly better picture of it? Yeah. So it's of that sort of scale. It was built under Planning Permission 2004-807, so it's almost 10 years ago since it was granted planning permission to be constructed, and it was to provide garages at the ground floor with an office at the first floor, providing a base for the then property owner's architecture business, I understand. It was built to this condition, but was never completed. The application in front of us today seeks to undertake some elevational changes to the building, and for it to be used as a residential annex associated with the occupation of the property, the main dwelling. So it's not a separate dwelling; it is a residential annex associated with that property. The physical works don't extend the building, they just make some of the openings into windows and put a door in the side to make it easier to get from the property to the house. So in design terms, what you would end up with, looking at the front, which is the bit I've seen your pictures of, you would end up with the garage doors and then a window above. The feature you're seeing here is a porch feature on that door I mentioned, and then round the back we have some standard windows and patio doors. In terms of the consultations, we've had an objection from the parish council, who object because they feel that it's amounting to the erection of a new dwelling, and that will be contrary to the countryside protection policies, and also detrimental to the amenity of the existing property, with it being so close to it. And the neighbour has also made a similar objection. The planning issues, the thing to make clear is that this is not an application for a new dwelling. It's an application for the building to be converted to a residential annex. So it doesn't fall to be assessed against policy SP2. It's assessed against policy HL5 relating to residential outbuildings. The merits of it are that the building's already there. It's not being made any bigger. The physical works will bring it into some form of active use, and will probably enhance the countryside by not having a shell of a building in that position. We have had a previous application on the site by a different owner, a different applicant to this, who sought the building to be used as a separate dwelling. That was refused by the council and was dismissed at appeal in 2009. Dismissed at appeal in 2010, when the inspector concluded that the borough's 5-year supply shortfall didn't outweigh countryside protection policies at that time, pre-MPPF. But that's not an issue for now, because it is just this separate, it's just this residential annex, which I understand is to do with the applicant's parents who currently live in Dorset, and I think are moving up to assist with childcare. I may be wrong on that. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Speak.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation, but can I just say that 10 years ago, when a planning application came in for the creation of a garage for the vicarage, at first we didn't object to a garage, but when we saw the plans that looked like a house, I did have this conversation with the planning officer at the time, because to me it was so obvious it was never ever going to be used as a garage, and why would you want all them windows upstairs, and what was going on. And do you know what? Surprise, surprise, it has never been used as a garage. It has all the inside makings of a little house. It's got an upstairs, and when Andrew, bless you, when you said enhance the countryside, it would have been enhanced if it hadn't been built, because you could have seen right to the fields instead of this so-called garage with an office upstairs. It has never ever been used for the intention it was built, and it was so obvious from the very start. So I'm a bit annoyed that 10 years on we're now in a position where it's here before us. Saying all that, when the parish council met to look at what this applicant wanted to do, they were concerned because we're very suspicious, because the previous owner of the vicarage put in plans to turn it into a house, and I'm so glad that an inspector refused it, as well as yourselves. But the applicant came to see me, and I believe in working together. And with the parish council we met, and he showed us what his intentions were, and the elderly parents do live now there, and they want to convert this so they have privacy and be able to live with close to the daughter, and they are in their 80s. So because we realise it is a genuine need, and there are conditions so it could never be a separate dwelling, we're happy to support it. But I go back to the same thing, it was bad planning at the time, and I tried to tell the officer at the time, and I was politely told I shouldn't be so concerned. Thank you. I hope I have a second.
Well put, well put. I will second that. Anybody want to speak against this application? In that case, all those in favour, please show. That was unanimous. We are now on to our last one, which is in Trails. 81.
Page 81, item 7. We're now moving from this is the property next door.
Same map.
It's a different applicant. It's totally different.
Same map.
So yes, the same plan. Yeah, the same plan. It is the house next door, which obviously, as before, is a detached house located in the countryside. This is a property that has had several previous extensions. Most recently in 2013 for a detached garage and a single-storey extension to the back corner. The garage has been built, but the single-storey extension hasn't. The scheme in front of us today is to erect a two-storey extension in the position of the previously approved single-storey. I've got some slightly shaky photographs of this property. That's the house as it is.
You did well there.
I haven't taken these photographs. That's slightly further back, but slightly blurred and out of focus. So that's the garage that's been granted permission. So that's to the side. The area that we're looking at for this extension is into this. It's onto the back corner, and essentially it would replicate this scale of extension onto that back. So in elevational terms, well, I say it would be off that scale. It isn't actually off that scale. It's slightly smaller. So that's, if we're looking at that view from the front, that will be the front. Ooh, that will be the front extension. So at the moment, the picture I've shown is that. So what we're looking at is this two-storey extension on the side, which is of the same footprint as the previously approved single-storey extension. There's also a porch feature shown here, which I must admit looks, it doesn't look like that on with the elevation drawings. It looks a bit more bulky than it actually does when I show you the plan drawing, which is that. So in plan terms, you've got the porch area here into that sort of corner of the L, and then the two-storey extension with the front being in this direction. So it's onto the back corner. In the consultations, we've not had any objections from any neighbours on this, but again we've had an objection from the parish council, who are concerned about the scale of the extensions exceeding the 30% figure which is quoted in the preamble to policy HL4 of the local plan, and they're also concerned about the principle of an extension of this scale setting a precedent for others. The main issue, as I see it, is the relationship with policy HL4, which does give guidance on the percentage figures for an extension that's permissible in a countryside area, but it is primarily aimed at ensuring that they sit with the rural character of the area. This extension, given the fallback position of the single-storey extension, given the position to the rear, and given the position of the property, feel that it doesn't cause any conflict with policy HL4, and you'll see from the agenda papers that it is recommended for approval.
Councillor Speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation, but just to point out that over the last 10 years, it's gone from a nice little coach house to a massive house with a detached garage, and the parish council always want to be seen to be responsible as well as reasonable. So when they talk about this increase in volume, they're quite right. Over 10 years, but it is beautiful, and I personally don't have any objections. So I'll move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Vice Chairman.
One of the reasons for me speaking is that we're being asked as members to try and understand policy, and I really do worry when I read this report by Ruth Towell as to whether she understands policy, because if you look at the bottom of page 83, it explains, just as our officers said, what policy HL4 says, which is that 25 to 30% extension over the original size. So when in fact, under the heading current application, Ruth Thou says the starting point is that which has been granted permission, what our policy says is that the starting point is the original dwelling, or what was there in 1947. So when on the top of page 85, her conclusion tells us that it complies with policy HL4, is she wrong, or are the parish council wrong? One must be.
Chairman, can I just...
Councillor Speaker, I'd rather hear Mr Stell's point, if you don't mind. Not that I'm dismissing you at any time, Councillor Speak. Please note that.
Yeah, just to give some, perhaps fill in a blank that may have arisen in Councillor Eastham's mind reading that. The policy HL4 deals with the scale of extensions. It doesn't necessarily deal with them in percentage terms, it deals with them in terms of their rural character. I suspect that where the case officer, when she wrote the report, was referring to the starting point, she was referring to the starting point in the assessment of the application, given the fallback of the being planning permission for a single-storey extension there. So I don't think that she will have looked at the scale of the extension in HL4 terms based on just everything that's been built to now. I think she will have gone back to the original point when the dwelling became a dwelling. Just to illustrate that, this plan, which I've coloured up for you, hopefully, if I put it the other way, upside down, then it's looking at the front. The green on the plan is the original dwelling, a two-storey. There has been a previous extension on the front, which is the blue. And then we've got this extension, which is probably slightly bigger than I've shown it actually in reality there, which is the red hatched. So in reality terms, what we're looking at in terms of the scale is the red hatched over the blue onto the green, which if you add the blue and the red together, you're at a 60% increase over the original dwelling. Yeah.
Councillor Speak, it is your turn.
Very quickly, from what I understand, the policy used to mean it shouldn't be more than 33%. But I think there was a change because we had so many problems with extensions, especially in the rural areas. Didn't we add on to that policy that if it was in keeping with this immediate area and of a style that's appropriate, then it could be deemed acceptable even if it was a lot bigger than 33%?
Mr Evans, I think you're going to agree with that.
I agree with that, yes. I think you recall that I presented a paper to the then Policy Scrutiny Committee to explain the problems with that policy. There is reference in the preamble, the supporting preamble, to 25 to 33%, which in itself being a range gives you a cause for concern in how you apply. Do you apply the 25 or the 33%? But that describes what in the preamble refers to a modest extension. The policy says that significant extensions will not be allowed. So there's a problem. If the policy had said this is what a modest extension is and then went on to say we will only allow modest extensions, it would have followed through. The question that's been asked by many inspectors is there something between a modest extension and a significant extension, in the middle of that? And that's one of the many areas, but the policy itself, as Councillor Speak rightly recalls, refers to the impact on the character of the area. So it is in line with policy if you do have a property that is bigger than, an extension that's bigger than 33%, providing it's considered to be in keeping.
I'll second the application. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous, and thank you for your patience. Meeting has ended.